What's up, everyone? I am sorry. I'm back. I don't have a lot of explanation to have. I'm just back. Yeah, I'll talk about it here in a minute. Let me just get music going. Alright. Okay, everyone. I apologize. GME is just chilling right now, though. 2371. See what Amy's doing. Amy's just doing the same right now, 477. Just sitting there. SPY actually did end up coming down further here. That is rough. 555.43. PCC right now 0.915. Slightly more calls ended up coming into the market. Not looking great right now, but still very elevated. Thank you, Surgeon. I just want to apologize again. I didn't really apologize on there, but I want to apologize this week. Sorry that I have needed such constant pep talks. I appreciate the patience. I really do. Sorry about that, man. I want you to know that in my head, I'm mostly back here for you three and a couple specific other people that I really value a lot as friends, and no matter what, I just would like to preserve that. So I am ignoring how my head feels for that. I don't really care as much about my own success here, even though I should. It's you three plus, you know, a good number of other people, but yeah, I'm just back here for you guys. I wanted to say too, I can't promise that I'm never gonna do it again. But I felt like a good compromise and a punishment would be, maybe I could say that if I ever end again, then we get to choose a charity, and I'll go and give $100 to that charity every time. That way it's a little bit of a dissuasion for me. I don't even know if that's a word. And yeah, it'll be a punishment at least. Hopefully you guys could forgive me if it does happen again. But I do want to say also too that I don't want you guys to have to change anything from this point on. Like, I really wasn't talking about you guys at all when I was saying the thing. It just got in my head so much, and yeah, I'm really sorry about that. I'm gonna try to do better. I don't know what to do when my head starts going crazy like that. But I will try to do better, and I will at the very least hold to the charity thing, I promise. So you guys could choose the charity when I do it. You guys could message me and be like, yo homie, guess you're gonna go give money to Doctors Without Borders today. or something like that, and, you know, at the very least, that some good will come out of it, you know what I mean? So I appreciate your guys' patience one more time. Here, let me even get the camera back on. That's when my head goes crazy. When the camera goes off, that's when my head's going crazy, so I'll leave it on. And, no, and I really appreciate that. And, you know, to be fair, you know, tough love is how I do it too. I'm very much a tough love kind of person when I think that people need to hear it. And, I probably did need to hear a little bit of tough love today. Calling me out on the fact that I, haven't put out shorts or anything like that. You're right. I can't even argue that. You're absolutely right. I've been meaning to, and I think about it on the weekends, and my anxiety takes over, and I haven't done it. But I am in my own way. I'm on my own way, and I need to do better about that. So I'm sorry again. One last time. I'll stop rambling, and sorry. You're right though. I don't really know what to say, so I'm just gonna sit quiet. Okay, yo, I really appreciate you three specifically. You guys have been exceptional on another level. That isn't to speak any sort of bad about anybody else in this community. There's a lot of really great people. But you know, I can't even end. I can't stop singing your guys' praises and your guys' patience. And I promise I'm gonna get better. At least it only took me 10 minutes today instead of a couple hours, right? I'm sorry. I'll do better. What I need to do is I need to just get used to like getting up out of my seat and walking away for a moment. That has been helpful in the past, and I need to just like go for a 5-minute walk, and that'll really help me. So that's what I'm gonna try to do here. I'll just be like, hey guys, I gotta be right back. I'll do more of that. I apologize. Oh, deep breaths. Okay. I apologize. Don't change anything though. Like, I know you guys have your family. I wasn't talking about you guys at all. It just drives me crazy when like somebody asks me a question and I respond to the question and then I don't hear anything for an hour. And it's not you guys. So that's just something I gotta work on. That being said, I'm gonna shift back into work mode, and I'm gonna do a better job for the rest of today. Promise. Thank you for the pep talk. All right, work mode. GME right now, 2382. It's kind of coming back to life here. We did come down and test our line at 2349. Looking kind of nice, starting to make some higher highs, starting to push up. So I'd like to think that this is finally the start of our uptrend here. Let me go take a look at a couple other things though. AMC did start pushing up as well. We're at 480 right now. I'd like to think that we're gonna make our way back to $5 today. We had a pre-market high of 491. So I think it's just a matter of time till this pushes up. Amy's just really taking its time. They're really trying to suppress. If I had to think, I mean, they're running out of days that they could really try convincing people that it's kind of not going to happen. So, you know, they're probably just going to do their best to keep it down today no matter what. But I do think that we are going to get some bullish price action here pretty soon. Let me just take a quick look at the PCC. I'm kind of obsessed with this PCC lately. It's at 0.91. SPY actually did come down a little bit more a little bit ago, unfortunately. But we didn't really gap down necessarily. It looks like we might have found a base around 555.11. So maybe this will start pushing up. All right, so let me just start jumping around here in the market. Let's just start taking a closer look at a couple things that's going on today. 101.69 for the dollar. Not really too much to read into with the dollar. TLT very elevated. Kind of goes in line with the fact the stock market's going down, but silver and gold still a lot lower than they were. So that's kind of intriguing that there's that difference there. I do think that we are on the precipice of having the market go down significantly soon, but I'm still really expecting a push up here. I'm kind of surprised that we haven't really gotten much into the positive yet, but I guess it remains to be seen what's going to end up happening today. Gosh. There's like not a lot that I really want to look at today. I just want to stare at GME and have it work out. That's part of my problem too. It's just like nothing seems interesting at the moment with this price action, and I don't really want to check out other stocks. So KSS is pushing up here though. Did break through the $20 mark. Currently at 2021. I was expecting to get some bullish action out of KSS last week, and then it really sputtered out. So I guess they pushed it back till today. We'll see what ends up happening. Still really incredible with BOF, $4.11. That's pretty much 400%. I mean, I guess it's a 300% increase from where you called it out. So incredible. Workhorse, on the other hand, is big suffering right now. It's 0.62. What were the other ones? I think it was Shot. Was it Shot? Am I stupid? I think it was. So we still haven't really seen much out of Shot yet. Doesn't mean that there isn't gonna be. Just seems like it could be a little delayed. I'm gonna start bumping around a bunch of these other ones. You know, I saw the message about basket stocks or domino stocks from 2021. I can't remember what those are. I remember one was BBY, I think. I could just be wrong about that. But one is definitely BlackBerry. Let's go see what BlackBerry is doing. I was invested in BlackBerry a while back, too, when all the squeezy stuff happened, and so I can't confirm this one does squeeze as well. But not really seeing too much from this just yet, but we haven't really seen a proper squeeze out of GME yet, so when that squeezes, I do expect that this will probably squeeze as well a little bit, maybe to like $3 or $4, nothing too crazy. Nvidia right now 109.40, or went down to 109.40 rather. 110.33 is where we're at now. I do have a red line here, which I think usually designates like the weekly expected move. Well, that's from last week for sure. So I guess we'll see what that ends up doing. I'm not gonna really update these at the moment. What is SPY doing? Looks like SPY did come down, finding a base around 555.11, and is now trying to push up slightly. Got a bullish engulfing candle, but it really isn't a fantastic looking one. Didn't even completely fill it. Kind of consolidating right now. It did come up though, actually. It's really just retesting this prior level of support, now using it as resistance. But I do think, man, I do think this is going to push up more. Really surprising at how much we came down right off the bat though. Really surprising. But this is kind of similar to what we saw on Friday. On Friday, we can see that we were at 562. We did come all the way down to 557.14 before pushing back up above 564. So I'm really expecting something very similar today. Hasn't really been proven yet, but that's what I've been looking for. IWM right now, I mean, pretty much I think we can expect all the indices to be doing about the same. IWM starting to push up, looking very similar to SPY at the moment. Probably can say the same about triple Qs. And then, what's the last one? I always forget. XWI? Gosh darn it. IWX? No, I'm being stupid here. IXIC. I knew there was an X in it at least. Not looking too hot right now. I didn't watch any Richard Newton over the weekend, by the way. I don't even know if he put out anything, but we might try putting on a Richard video in about 30 to 45 minutes, I think. Really would love to hear what he has to say. But in the meantime, right now, GME is pushing up back above $24 finally. Thank goodness. I couldn't, this consolidation was definitely gonna drive me crazy. KSS right now pushing up quite a bit too. $20.30, new intraday high. Right now, GME is the only one of the Fantastic Four that's positive at all. Amy, though, is still pushing up, currently 481. Lucid Motors came down quite a lot. 428 off the rip, now all the way back down to 390 again. It seems to be a popular level if they push it down to. It's come back down to about this level a couple times now, so not looking too good. Yeah, I'm sorry. I tried to say, you know, I hope that you at least understand that I tried to be like, you know, I do believe there's more to it. I do believe BOF has more, but I was selling my position because I wanted to rotate into things, but I did believe it had more. I didn't really necessarily believe it had that much, but I apologize if I in any way at all influenced you. You know, going up to like 250 or so, that didn't really surprise me. Going up to $4, I'm a little surprised. I'm a little surprised about it going up that much. But yeah, I was trying my best not to influence you guys. I just didn't want to wait to rotate out. I feel like I rotated at the right time because my GME options did go up since then, but I was really hoping that I didn't influence you guys too much. I tried to make it clear that I did think I had more in it. Chewy starting to push up here, 27.95. Yo, I appreciate you though so much. I'm sorry if I missed anything too. I really don't know if I missed that last message at 10:56. I'm so sorry. I wasn't sure whether or not to put on speech chat today. I think I will. I feel like I'm already failing. I know I missed one earlier and I missed one now, I think. So I'm just gonna put it on because it does help me. Let me just make sure I have it set up correctly. Don't know. I don't think it is. Let me pull it up on a different thing. Okay, there we go. Now it's set up. Okay. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. But yeah, incredible though. BOF just really crushing it. Holy cow. BOF is at least a fun one to look at today too. Currently at 343. Frankly, I do think it still has more to go. I have no idea what to think in terms of how much. Looks like it hasn't even been trading that long. It did. Looks like it started around 570. It jumped up to 620 and then sold off from there. And we're pretty much above everywhere we sold off. I don't know when I put this line here, but I put a line here apparently. Glad I could help you. But yeah, it really is looking great. I really don't know what to think. Kind of want to check out maybe some news for it here. Yeah, it hasn't even really been updated on news since that other stuff. The other stuff isn't really too related to it. I appreciate you guys. I don't know why it's not reading your messages. Oh, I bet you I have it off from last week. Yep, there we go. There we go. Now it's back on. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. I've been sitting, resting. But yeah, what a great find, though, by you. That really just such a good one. Such a good one. Those are rare to find too. Like a 300% runner. That's a stellar find. SPY now coming back to life. I think it's gonna keep running. I think that we're gonna go back to retest the highs of the day at the very least. We did go up to like 561.50 in pre-market with a giant candle going, giant wick going all the way up to 564 in pre-market. Remains to be seen though. Makes me nervous. Got a kind of a bearish candle there. PCC right now, 0.9. It's definitely coming down. Definitely more calls in the market than there was, but still, you know, reasonably elevated. Found this new GME website, which I thought was pretty nice. I mean, I saw this on, I don't know, one of the YouTubers we watched this stream. I don't remember who it was, but Quiver Quantitative. Seems to be kind of a nice website for, not specifically GME related, but just a nice website to look at and have a lot of information in one place. I'm so surprised to see, oops, I don't know what I just did. To see the GME stock smart score on whatever this is exactly to be so low. Guess I could check out the score breakdown. Oh, okay, so it's based on Congress? How is sentiment really low? That's the one that doesn't make any sense. There's no way, unless it's just like analyst sentiment. Factors and changes in how heavily shorted the stock is, changes in the percentage of the float that is shorted, and Wikipedia and Wall Street Bets activity. Yeah, it still doesn't make sense. It's based on like Wall Street Bets activity, I feel like it should be higher. Lobbying, still a 1. Insider, a 5. Promising. CNBC score. Fantastic. Hey, it seems like a cool website, you know, at least it lets you know insider trading, some whale activity. Lets you know, if Congress has been buying the stuff. I guess the last time Congress bought any was on June 21st. But Jim Cramer tells us to sell it, so, you know, take that with a grain of salt. Top ETF holders as well, that's pretty cool. Surprised that it says XRT is only 2.8 million. XRT is so small compared to a lot of these other ones, like VTI, 226 million. But either way, cool website. Probably been looking into that a little bit more in the future. GME did come up to 24.20, got rejected, currently 23.89. Not sure when to think that Siri is really going to start taking off. I haven't really traded a lot of mergers in my time, but I was reading about the Siri merger and the Liberty merger, and I guess my perception of what's going to happen now is that it's going to be a new ticker once the two merge. It's not going to be Siri, it's not going to be Liberty, it's going to be a new third ticker. And you're going to... Oh, God, I should probably look up the details again. I don't remember where I read it, though. But if you hold Siri shares, a certain number, like a certain amount of those will translate into the new stock, and if you're holding Liberty shares, a certain number of that will translate into the new stock. The general sentiment is that it should push up. Certainly should be worth more than this. But I don't remember what the conversion rate is going to be like. But really interesting. I really have no idea what to think that is going to do to my options. It's probably the number one reason why I don't want to buy more options than what I have. I don't really have a ton, but I don't know what to think in terms of what it's going to do. Like option-wise, like, you know, what strike price is it going to give me after the conversion and all that? I have no idea. So I'm just going to kind of hold and wait and see what it ends up doing. And I guess learn for the future. Right now, GME at 2383. Currently red MACD on the 1 minute time frame. 5 is trying to curl down. So it's kind of looking like the bullishness is gonna fade here for the short term. 30 minutes also red. Daily is curled up though, looking nicely. We are still in negative territory though, so once this actually properly hits in positive territory, we should see GME moving a lot faster. But we have a ways to go still, so it's kind of looking like tomorrow or the next day is when we should expect this to be back in positive territory, so we'll see. I do want to check AMC though, see where that stands in terms of the MACD. Oof. Yeah, it's pretty much what I expected to see. We are back down to 479 as well. AMC really just not doing good at the moment. We are in negative territory in the daily, currently red. This could easily curl up though. All we need is some bullish action, probably go like 530 or so. I think this thing would be green if we went there today. But is it likely we're gonna end up seeing 530 today? I kind of don't think so, unless we get a mega run out of GME today, maybe up to 29 or so. But still remains to be seen. I don't remember if it was a post that I saw on the Discord from one of you guys or somebody else. But I thought it was interesting how Kevin Malone on X was saying that he expects the bull cycle for GME to end on the 12th, which is Thursday after earnings. So personally, I'm hoping to hold the majority of my options into earnings, which again is on the 10th, 1 week from today, and then kind of see what happens after that. Part of one of my theories was that we might see actions on the 20th, and I really don't want to hold that long after earnings. But that isn't something that I feel very strongly about, just something that I'm kind of looking to see what it does around that date. I had some SHIB recently, some SHIB that I actually forgot that I even had laying around. But I had it through crypto.com, and just a public service announcement, don't use crypto.com. That is a sketchy website. That is a sketchy app. I do not trust them anymore. I'm still watching Toys R Us really closely to see if this thing ever ends up doing anything or showing any interesting signs. Don't really know what to think about it. Gosh, Nvidia is still just looking terrible, though. Nvidia did end up flipping red on the MACD now. Still in positive territory, but I think this is the start of... possibly the start of a more significant downtrend. Let's go take a look around here, though, because I feel like the market's not really moving too much at the moment. GME is currently at 2390. Looking like it wants to push up here soon. We are making higher lows. But I'm going to give this a minute to play out while I go check out some other things. Let's just see what else we got here. Take a look at some news and some things coming up. So in terms of earnings this week, we do have ZS at the end of today. I don't know too much about them. ChargePoint is tomorrow. ChargePoint's expecting like a 17% move. After market close tomorrow, ChargePoint is like EV charging stations. It's very cheap stock. Right now it's only like $1.70. If I had to guess, I'd say that they're probably going to miss earnings. They haven't been doing too good lately, but we'll see. AI is tomorrow. I don't really know anything about them. 12% expected move. HPE, I don't know them. 8% at the end of market close tomorrow. NEO also gives earnings tomorrow. NEO is actually in the morning at 6:10 a.m. It's a 10% expecting move. That's a Chinese EV company. Then AVGO at the end this week on the 5th. And PATH as well. I don't really know a whole ton about either of those, but AVGO is kind of a bigger company. Take a look, see what the news says. A GameStop price glitch. Is this old? Okay, yeah, this is from September 1st. I posted next, formerly known as Twitter. Yeah, I did hear about this. Didn't really know what to think about this. I didn't really read into this, but... Average price of 30 if you bought Friday? It's so weird, dude. Why do we have so many glitches? Seamus' famous shoe company is now exiting several countries. I wonder if that's Nike. Foot Locker. I think Foot Locker is a stock. Rite Aid is now closing all stores in one Ohio city. I don't really think Rite Aid's probably doing too well. Interesting there. Consumers are running out of money. September 2nd. McDonald's rival with 500 locations is now making unexpected closures. Is that Burger King? What is that? Shake Shack. Gonna keep jumping around a little bit here, see what's halting. 1044. Okay, that was a while ago. I'm not gonna look that up. Taking a look at the heat map. Looks like it got worse. Nvidia was down 6% earlier, now down 7%. Slightly more green in the market, but the red that we had has mostly gotten worse. We do have some big news coming this week from the Fed on Friday. I think there's also a little bit on Thursday. We do have Jolt job openings on Wednesday. This Thursday, we have ISM services, PMI, at 10 a.m. But Friday is really the day to look. On Friday, we have non-farm payrolls and unemployment at 8:30 a.m. Those will move the market if those come out bad. Or, I mean, I guess if they come out good, too. But those are very significant. Those are going to be very impactful numbers. Could affect whether or not we even get rate cuts this month. So everybody's going to have their eyes on that on Friday. Could really crash the market if our unemployment spikes. AMC's cost to borrow went down to 1.77. Fair amount lower from where we were just at 2.22. GME, on the other hand, 0.34 did climb a little bit, but we were up to 0.37 in pre-market, so it's not really anything to celebrate. PCC is dropping still, 0.896. More calls coming in the market. GME right now back above 24, really just taking its time. I expected to have a little bit more bullish action off the start here, but still got lots of time today. Currently 556.44 for the SPY. Taking its sweet time to push back up here.
Just take a breath and take it deep to show the world that you can.
Taking a look at a reg show. Doesn't look like there is really anything significant on here. FFIE is on here now. I don't remember for sure if that was on here last week. Probably was. All right, and then we are going to take a quick peek around Super Stonk as well, just to see. Yeah, dude, out of our trading, which is such a weird way to put it. Yeah, I don't trust that at all. We were up to 2480 when I was looking at 24-hour trading last night. Came all the way down to like 2360. There's just no way. Oh, that's interesting. Designated market makers, Citadel Securities, and Virtue Financial have to start paying for the CAT system on Tuesday. Kenny is livid about the brazen efforts by the New York Stock Exchange and Nasdaq's exchanges' attempts to recoup costs, and the SEC's inaction to stop that recovery. Imagine posting record profits and then still losing your mind about the amount that you have to pay to help the CAT system. But I mean, when you're part of the reason why they even need that system in the first place, feels appropriate to me. I don't have any sympathy for them.
Lee Surgeon said, "What stocks do you believe in today?"
GME and AMC. Outside of that, I mean, BOF. Looks like KSS looks like promising, but it is pretty elevated. Honestly, I didn't really spend a lot of time checking out the market this weekend because I did stream a bunch, and then I just told myself I just wanted to focus on GME and AMC, so I don't really know what to tell you in reference to that. I think that FFIE is probably going to make a run to the upside, but I'd hate to steer anybody into that and be wrong. And there's so much of the market that's coming down today, too. It's like, I don't even know if I want to try making a prediction here. I still think that it's going to go back up, but gosh, I would have thought that it'd been a little faster than this. Still only 11:33 though. Still got lots of time left in the day, I suppose. I'm trying to look for a better answer for you. I'm just trying to see if I see anything jumping out at me that I might particularly believe in. Microsoft was kind of the first thing that I saw. I was like, oh, you know, maybe a call on Microsoft, but I don't know. I don't know. I'm still looking. I hadn't really put any thought into it, honestly, this week. I probably should have, but I was just fairly excited about GME, and my brain didn't want to think about anything else. I would have said SQQ earlier. Now it's kind of hitting levels that I'm getting nervous.
Said.
Almost 11.
Oh boy, almost 11.
It's about that time. You know, we haven't looked at CGBS in a minute. Let me go out of curiosity. Ugh. Yuck. Not looking so hot. What did I see? What was that? Sorry, I'm not being helpful at all. This top gainers and losers in 5-minute period is never helpful, I feel like. I look at this thing and I never trust any of the stocks that it shows me. I mean, that looks kind of promising though, right? I don't know. Looking at the price action from yesterday though, that really doesn't look like something I would want to buy into. But this thing did start taking off quite a bit in the morning. Announces encouraging data results indicating potential for hair restoration using proprietary exosome technology. That sounds like kind of pretty bullish news, not gonna lie. And, the morning pre-market kind of suggests that it agrees. We did come down quite a bit from there, but that would be a 30% increase if we went back to pre-market highs. Not the worst thing ever for a penny stock, if anybody wanted something like that. Very bullish news for sure. That's ELAB. I'm gonna keep checking out a couple of these others. This one does not look very good to me. Neither does this, or that, or that, or that. Yeah, so this thing, like, it barely ever works out. That is one example though where it did work out, but that's 1 for 10 basically. But that ELAB was interesting. It's interesting also that it left this list. It was on this list a moment ago. I'm gonna see if this has options, just out of curiosity. Nope. As expected, it sure doesn't. I think we called PSNY out a couple days ago. And this one's looking pretty good right now. $1.41 pushing up. I think maybe this was on the threshold securities list as well. Let me go double check that. 0.847, by the way, the PCC is coming down. More and more calls are being purchased. PSNY is on the threshold securities list. They just got a new CFO today. Effective 21st of October. Price target raised to 78 cents 3 days ago, which is half of where we're at now. Fantastic. Very sketchy. I don't really know how I feel about this. Just the price action looks okay, and the fact that it's on the threshold securities list. But outside of that, I don't know how I feel about this. This thing's honestly sounding like the most promising thing that I've seen today, though. If I wasn't so into GME and AMC, I probably would try getting some of this. GME right now, though, 23.76, having a hard time pushing up.
Walking other ways. Now listen, ain't it crazy?
ChargePoint beat analyst revenue expectations by 1.3% last quarter, reporting revenues of 107 million, down 17.7% year on year. This quarter, analysts are expecting ChargePoint revenue to decline 24.6% year on year to 113 million. Huh. I do want to go take a look at Mara, just to see what Mara's up to. I don't even know what the price of Bitcoin is this weekend, but Mara did drop significantly, 1555. BTC is at 57,000 right now. Ooh, big drop off. Right at 10 today. Dropped like 2,000. Best Buy price target raised 116 per share 2 hours ago? Raised their price target by Wells Fargo 3 days ago. Gosh, like I don't really know. I don't really know if like they had earnings or something, or if they crushed earnings. But if I was just going off like how I felt inside about them, I guess they did just have earnings. I wonder how they did, because I would have thought that they were losing money. I feel like every time I go in Best Buy, there's nobody there, and I get terrible service.
I sense the change in energy. All of my fuse is blown.
Especially for being such an expensive company, you would think that if the economy is going downhill and people can't afford to shop at nicer stores and they're like rotating into Walmart now, you would think that this would be one to suffer. I can't find where it says what their earnings were like though. They did announce a dividend a couple days ago. I could probably do this the non-lazy way, but I'm trying to do it the lazy way. Alright, fine. I think I'll see what it is. I'll go look it up.
So how do we end up here? Could have sworn we said forever. Hopelessly I keep on losing myself. With the flames getting higher, all of the problems that I couldn't help.
You know, honestly, it looks like they kind of had some decent earnings. Not the worst. Revenue down 3% year over year, but everything else, earnings per share and net income and such, all went up. I don't remember at what point we stumbled upon this one, but it was around here. I'd be really interested to see what this ends up doing throughout the day. like to think it was down like actually here around 33 cents. That's what I'm gonna say. SPY still consolidating around this level, currently 556, not really doing too hot yet. The fact that more calls have been coming in the market does make me question now what it's going to end up doing. Currently 0.847, that is significantly less than there was earlier. Okay, so I am gonna see if I can find Richard. Let's go GameStop. So excited for September, says Richard's video. Oh my god, they're getting longer. Whew. I made the joke to Richard a while back that he should make longer videos, and I don't know if he thought I was serious. Or if he's just that excited now, he's just putting out longer videos every time. But I meant it as a joke. Anyways, I'm gonna put on some Richard for now. It's kind of like a boring point in the market. I don't know if I'll put on his full video, but I do kind of want to hear what he has to say today, so... That more was going to happen with GME today. I did too, but I still think that we still are probably going to get something positive.
Happen with GME today. I'd rather be skiing. Said.
Yeah, right?
BOF is doing what AMC and GME shall will be doing.
That's so true, that's so true, skiing. Are you still into this?
BOF up 60%.
It's crazy how much it's been running. Start of the day, like, pretty much... You know, $1.90, $2. Wait. That math isn't mathing. Okay, never mind. It's at 60% now. Okay. I was looking at this like, wait a second. Yeah, I get it now.
I'd rather be skiing. Said. No, I don't chase really, so I let it go.
Yeah, no, I feel that for sure.
Options to trade, I won't cost it.
I feel that 100%. And the thing is, though, like, based on how this is looking, too, I almost feel like it has more to go. But, yeah, I wouldn't buy in up here. That is too risky. But honestly, I'm a little surprised that we haven't had more to GME yet today. But second half of the day, I would think is going to be more bullish. I didn't think that we would squeeze today, but I did think that we would get an increase of a couple dollars here, so still remains to be seen, though. We still got a bunch of days till earnings, and everything before earnings, I mean, even earnings is a little bit, but everything before earnings is still pretty speculative. Just kind of shooting in the dark in terms of when we think it might pop up. But I do think implied volatility is going to keep raising till earnings. I do think the share price is going to keep raising till earnings.
Said. I'd rather be skiing. What stocks are you in? If I may ask.
By the way, skiing, this is my new one that I'm curious about today. They did have like some hair regrowth good news, and they did start taking off in pre-market. Looked terrible before that, so just thought I'd tell you in case you wanted to look at a penny stock. Could be pretty crazy. Yeah, outside of that though, there's nothing that I'm like really looking at today. I spent all my last pennies on GME and AMC this week.
Mahanan said. And boss, what do you think about LS's latest stock tips?
I wasn't looking at
I'd rather be skiing.
Sorry, one second.
Said. Not active trades ATM, just portfolio holdings like APPL, MBDA, IBM, MMM, AMZN, TSLA, and I use PNNT for 13% monthly cash flow. Mahanand said. BYND, NOC, MBB and some other ones.
Yeah, so I didn't watch Lottery Stocks, the one where he talked about that. I didn't watch too much of his stuff this week. I didn't really watch a lot of like anybody this weekend. I was just like so excited for the week.
Said.
I did watch a little bit, but
and GME of course, but those are long-term holding. I trade options on them for cash generation.
I do
I'd
believe
rather be skiing.
that these are going to do something.
Said. Own CHWY as well.
But I do think that GME has to run first before something like BlackBerry takes off, before something like Nokia takes off. I don't believe that they're going to do anything on their own. Although this happened a couple days ago apparently. But this was like just about in line with GME taking off.
Said, I'd rather be skiing. Thanks for responding.
But yeah, I used to own Nokia, I used to own BlackBerry during the last squeeze. So I know they'll do it. I know that they do move with the meme stocks, but they're a lot less reactive. I think if I remember correctly, BlackBerry went to like $6 3 years ago when I had it. It, obviously it did more different times when I didn't have it. I wonder if this is split adjusted, because these numbers aren't what I'm remembering. Not seeing any splits. Maybe I had it around here. Maybe this was me. No, that doesn't make sense either. Maybe I had it around here? This actually probably makes sense, because
I'd rather be skiing.
I think this is right.
Said. I haven't been able to actively swing trade for about 7 years now. So busy with my IT company, just no time, and IT pays the bills. When I do return, I will return to futures.
Yeah, I never tried trading futures. I don't know if I ever will, but I know a lot of people love them.
I'd rather be skiing. Said. Trade mostly ES and MES futures, that's how I make much bigger money.
Yeah, maybe when you return to that, maybe I'll take your advice on a future or two and try to see what happens. Just let me know if that day ever comes. Maybe I was thinking of Nokia instead of BlackBerry in terms of what I had. I thought it was BlackBerry though. I did have Nokia also though, but this is a little more in line with the stock prices that I was remembering in my head. But yeah, in terms of this, like I do definitely think that they're gonna end up running, but they're very reactive to GME, and they're not gonna do so much on their own, I think. Is this May? No. What did it do in May? Yeah, so actually, it nearly did nothing in May. When GME did its thing, it went from like 373 up to 399, 20-cent hike. That's really nothing to speak of. And only just now is it starting to take off?
I'd rather be skiing. Said. Futures are quite volatile and can make large outside moves, and that scares off a lot of people along with the margin requirements on the ES.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I can't guarantee I'm ever going to jump into that. That could be interesting. I like learning new things. ELAB did start coming back down a little bit. Currently at 33 cents though. Not too bad. Just going to keep an eye on this one for a while. Really surprised we haven't gotten more out of Jimmy here.
Said. Most do options, 100 to 1 leverage HOLRA ES is 50 to 1 and MES is 5 to 1, which is where most start in futures.
Okay, gotcha. Very interesting. The increased margin requirements kind of sucks though.
I'd rather be skiing, said. I've been focusing more on options as I have such little and it gives fixed risk and a fixed time frame to work with.
I do love me some options. Beyond has been really interesting to me though, because Beyond used to be worth a lot more. And I did hear that this company was struggling. I would feel like if I had to choose one of the three, I would probably choose this for myself. But I do think that all three will end up running. BlackBerry makes me the most nervous of the three.
I'd rather be skiing, said. My futures trades are all swing or longer and the overnight margin requirements are pretty steep and outside the range for most newer traders.
Yeah, it's a bummer. Probably take a while before I try taking that sort of dive.
So don't leave me alone.
DA said, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Kenny. Well, good morning.
Really don't want to try futures until you've got a really good handle on trading with a proper consistent system.
Yeah. What's up, Mr. Kenny? What's up?
I'd rather be skiing, said. If price swings freak someone out, it will be worse with futures, so have to be ready for it. I'd rather be skiing, said. Take much more discipline than most other trades types I've found.
GME is already at 7.3 million volume on the day. Given on Friday we had 15 million volume, so we have a long way to go for that, but still quite higher than we were recently. Only 3.8 million volume for AMC right now.
I'd rather be skiing, said. But if you get that all sorted and have an appropriate capital/account ton size, it's where the biggest money is made.
Yeah, one of these days. One of these days. Hollow starting to push up. This is one that lottery stocks really feels has squeeze potential. You can see that the last couple days it was showing some squeeze activity, kind of.
Most days we ended around
Not
5
really
million
squeeze,
volume,
but I mean.
so much better. Smiling face with halo, smiling face with
Oh,
hearts.
I know, it's so much better.
I'd rather
I was
be
getting really
skiing,
nervous before.
said. Options too, can make crazy money with options at 100 to 1 ever cage.
Yeah, I don't know what to think about Hollow here because it did take off quite a bit back here up to 82 cents. That was after I found that it had such high short interest, so I just don't know what to think this thing could actually run to if all that short interest came out. Feels like the whole market's kind of doing the opposite of what I thought I would do
I'd
today.
rather be skiing. Said.
Like
I'm
GME
not
included.
an experienced option trading. I do only directional options trades, all based off my equity swing and longer term systems. But I'm learning a little here and a little there. I really want. I'd rather be skiing. Said. To add options into the mix.
Just a matter of time. Just a matter of time. Sure, you'll feel more comfortable for it here soon.
I'd rather be skiing. Said. I'll gamble a little with options as well, is a easy way to use low risk to get outside profit for fixed cost. I'd rather be skiing. Said. No options expert though, that's for sure, lol.
Yeah. There's definitely a lot to learn. Just a little bit at a time.
I'd rather be skiing. Said. Dang, BOF 69%.
Giggity.
I'd rather be skiing. Said. 71.
Yeah, BOF's crazy. I was up 100% earlier. I still think this thing even has more in it, but I don't know how much to say it really could go. It doesn't have a lot of
I'd rather
price
be skiing.
action to read through.
Said. That was a fantastic trade you found.
Amen, it was. Les Surgeons and Majanon. Amen, it was. I'm still eyeballing this one because this one like has some really interesting news. They announced encouraging data results indicating potential for hair restoration using proprietary exosome technology. So that's why this one's running today. So I feel like that's like big enough news that this could really run a fair amount more, but I'm just waiting to see. I'm not in this one and I'm not really planning on jumping in this, but interested to see what it ends up doing. Everything okay there, Machino? Oh, that's okay. I was I looked over, I was like, man, I haven't seen that ever happen before.
Said, sorry, my daughter took my phone face with tears of joy. I'd rather be skiing. Said, yet if this drop creates a higher swing low, it should be starting a longer uptrend. Mahanan. Said, and drag her hand over the screen exploding head.
No problem, no problem.
Mahanan. Said, thanks for fixing it.
Not a problem at all. So by the way, I got distracted because I started talking to skiing and you awesome people. But I was thinking about putting on some Richard Newton. I don't know how you guys feel about that. If anybody really wants to watch that, if you guys just want to hang out for now, that's okay.
Most adults with little to no training.
Yeah, I think that I feel like a lot of adults have bias that they weigh into things. Whereas kids are able to look at things probably a little bit more objectively when it comes to the stock market.
Said, I'm always good with Richard.
Yeah, I'm just really curious what he has to say.
Said, probably. I'd rather be skiing. Said, kids don't have all the bias and mental hang-ups and doubt as we do.
Yeah, and fear. Probably able to handle the fear a lot easier too. But yeah, so I am gonna put on the Richard video just because this is the perfect window. I usually like between like 11:30 and 1.
Said,
so
you tell them to follow these rules and they do. Adults not so much, lol. Mahanan. Said, she can't even crawl yet, but she managed to remove a lot of messages. Something I don't even know how to do.
Well,
with tears of joy.
If you feel like I should make her a moderator, you let me know. LOL. But yeah, everybody. So I'm gonna put that on. I'm gonna pause the text to speech as well, so it doesn't talk over Richard so much. But I will try to my best to keep up. But yeah. So on that note, I'm gonna try to fast forward through Richard's video a little bit here as well, at least the initial intro, to get more to the meat and potatoes of things, because this is his longest video yet that I'm trying to put on stream here. So I don't really want to have to necessarily put on the whole thing, but I do want to hear what he has to say about today and such, or this week.
You guys, this is going to be a really long video about GameStop.
At least he knows it's going to be long.
Here is I'm going back and rewatching all of Roaring Kitty's videos. I just want to learn more about the story. That's what I'm all about. And when I feel I've exhausted one angle, I go into another. And his videos have so many little
I'm already intrigued.
Gold nuggets in there, completely
Rocket. What's up,
today.
DA?
So what I'm doing is I'm putting in the comments on each of them. And I don't know if you guys can see these comments. Probably not. But maybe if you download the sheet, which is in the description always, then you can see the comments. But my notes on the first batch of videos right here, he's doing an intro to his intro videos, and his videos run super long, which he talks about. He has this tendency to go long and go into tangents, which I'm gonna do in this video, and I do every single time. But I wanted to explain the sheet a bit, because that's what he does here. And I thought, that'd be a really good thing, because I'm scrolling around in this thing all the time, and then I'm working on it constantly.
Nice,
people
man.
Are probably like, what is this?
Getting some positive stuff done for the day. I'm gonna try dropping the resolution in this video because it's at 1080p and I keep seeing it go blurry. So I'm gonna see if I can do 720 without issues.
And why are you building it? And so his sheet is all about trying to find value, trying to find basically like seeking alpha. He uses that website a lot. Trying to find stocks that are underperforming value-wise.
I don't trust seeking alpha that much, but if you know which people to trust, I can see why that'd be good.
He found like so many good ones, honestly. That's the incredible thing. He had like this broad view of many stocks, which I don't even know how he did that. He admits though that he chases a lot of other value investors and piggybacks their research. And we all basically piggybacked him in finding this one stock with a tremendous amount of pent up value. And I believe because it was overshorted so egregiously in years past, and he just happened to find it amazing. And he talks about how he basically was using Michael Burry and Scion Capital and like Berkshire Hathaway to often like mimic their portfolios or find stocks that they were interested in that he happened to be interested in and kind of learn from them. And ironically, Michael Burry jumped in after him into this trade and likely Ryan Cohen somewhere around the exact same time. So they all found the same trade together, and then somehow we've all found it together as well. And I just think it's the story of a lifetime. And so in this video, what I'm going to talk about is the sheet generally. So this is going to be an introduction to the sheet.
Yeah, well, maybe after this GME squeeze, then maybe
Someone
they'll
left a
take you
really
up on
great
that
comment.
advice.
They said, Richard, can you explain why you're looking at things you're looking at in some way? And maybe link us to things. And I had a bunch of stuff at the top up here, but it was sort of disjointed. And so I took it all off, and people were probably like, where'd all this stuff go? And it's in tab 2, and I'm calling it the FAQ now. So I'm going to go through this FAQ this morning and do what I normally do, which is talk a bit about the stock. So let's look at some data measures first, because I know people are going to be like, yeah, Richard, I've been here since the beginning. I know all about the sheet. What are you doing? So I will go through the data measures as I do. So I usually want to start the day with some data. Let's look at the chart. Someone said, Richard, you got to put the Bollinger Bands on there. So what is a Bollinger Band? It is essentially, I would say, like a standard deviation tracking variability throughout the trading week and day or period. And so you can see when GameStop breaks above the bands, just generally speaking, like layman's analysis here, when it goes above the bands, it might correct back into them, because I would say self-fulfilling prophecy. A lot of traders are going to see this and then go, ooh, might be time to sell this thing back down into the bands. If it goes below it, it might break above. So we were just below the bands a couple days ago, and then we had a strong reversal leading up, and now are we peaking up above the bands? We'll see. But then we moved strongly back down in the pre-market, after having moved up pretty strongly in the German and Robinhood markets up to just about $25. And then now we've corrected back down a bit, but the whole market in the pre-market seems to be a little bit skittish. So I'm looking at the total market here, looking at the small caps, and I'm looking at retail. So this is XRT, which is State Street's retail ETF, which is common, very common to look at with respect to GameStop, just because it seems to move so much with GameStop. So other data measures to look at would be like Ratio. Only one interesting on Ratio, there actually is one, which is FFIE, which is Faraday Future Intelligence something or other. And when GameStop ran recently in May, all of a sudden you saw tremendous influencer and especially like bot activity all over the place, trying to corral people into FFIE. And if you got corralled into it, I do apologize. I don't know if it's doing well or anything like that. This is a very common phenomenon. GameStop makes a big move. Other stocks may move. And why does that happen? Very unusual. But then a lot of people jump into those plays, amplify them, causing all kinds of like craziness to happen on those stocks. It gets people really, really involved. And then over time, often those stocks lose a lot of their gas and can result in like going into Chapter 11 and bankruptcy. That happened to Revlon at one point. So worth mentioning. I'm not endorsing this one at all. It's just finally popped up on Ratio again. I don't know if it was on there before, but now it's on there. I'm personally not trying to ever endorse any stocks but GameStop, which I'm not even telling people to play as a stock, because I'm not trying to provide financial advice, as this is like an intro video. I'm just saying very interesting story and a lot of potential. And since the company's fairly safe as far as investments go, in fact, incredibly safe, because it has no debt, virtually no debt, and incredible cash on hand. It's just not quite profitable yet, just barely profitable. I just feel like this is the play that like I would feel comfortable getting involved in. All those other ones could be so speculative. And so I look at them, I'm like, ooh, these companies are often loaded with debt. There's a reason that they're getting seller boxed, and I just like steer clear of them now. So look at those measures, and then all these other ones haven't really updated. Let's see, this one will update overnight, I believe. So you can see that shares available for borrow spiked down quite a bit. This was on Friday. And then so maybe that was options related hedging. A lot of borrowing activity often has to do with options related hedging. So interested in that, but it's blipping back up. So lots of shares available to borrow on GameStop. Max Payne will update in the morning. We'll see where it kind of shakes out, because options don't really like update and everything until market open, which is at 6:30 or 9:30 Eastern time or whatever. So we'll look at that. So these are just a couple data points. I don't see anything of interest from the last video.
Max
Did want to
Payne's
mention
21.
a few other things. This channel's also about Pokemon periodically. So we actually pulled a good one last night, which was a Miraidon EX. So pretty exciting. I'm actually excited for this Pokemon because this is, as I mentioned, one of the earliest Pokemons we ever pulled. This particular named Pokemon, but this is a different version. And we didn't have this version of him, and he's quite good. So he lets you draw cards and retrieve lightning energy from the graveyard. And for a lightning deck, that's actually very good. And it's a basic Pokemon, so pretty much value town for that guy. And then I also wanted to mention someone sent me some Pokemon, and I have to keep reiterating, like, you guys don't have to feel the need to gift me anything at all. I really enjoy just doing this for fun, and everything that the channel makes goes to charity, because I feel like in addition to people getting kind of led astray into other stocks, there's also a bad habit or bad history with GameStop of people taking advantage of the community or trying to make money off the community, and that's not at all what I'm trying to do here. I just like telling the story, and I'm really fascinated by it. And I have, you know, like, if I don't talk about GameStop in the morning, I'm gonna go to work. I'm gonna find someone and talk about GameStop with them for an hour. Which they may enjoy, but they may find themselves buying a lot of GameStop too. So, but people do occasionally send me Pokemon, and I appreciate that, but you really don't have to. But somebody sent me a Korean 2000 Pikachu. So this is awesome. Look at this nice little happy Pikachu hanging out here. So, and then they also sent me this one, which is super cool. A 1999 Pikachu. This guy's in Japanese, so he looks super cool. And then this one's cool because the other one is like an official Pokemon card. This one is a little bit different. It's got the backing because it's a pocket monster from Japan. So super cool. Add these guys to the binder. So we're doing amazing on our Pikachu and Eevee collection, which is kind of what this channel has transformed into lately. And yeah, so let's talk about the sheet. Oh, and then what we also tend to do is go through some topics of interest. So a few topics of interest today. Number one is a funny meme. This is me every single day, which is why I decided at some point, you know what, I'm just going to start waking up at 4 in the morning and making videos about GameStop, because this is me.
I was up at 4 a.m. this morning
Actually,
complaining.
I'll put the covers over my head so I don't wake up my wife. I probably do anyway. And she's like, he's looking at GameStop again. Oh, so funny. But then something like, you know, this happens. You're like, why did that happen? Like, it was going up bonkers in Germany and in Robinhood, and then all of a sudden the US pre-market opens and it does something totally different. So what's up with that? This is an awesome post. This was over the weekend. So this is Muskrat Raider. They're saying, all right, Larry and Richard. That's so funny that to see my own name out there is so funny. This person has got an original pack of Pokemon cards. These things are worth thousands of dollars, and he's just got a pile. He's like just mocking everybody. He's got Blastoises, Venusaurs, Pikachu, like Charizards or something. Pile of PSA graded cards with an original like $5,000 pack of Pokemon cards. He's saying he's going to open this thing if we go to 169. So let's go. I hope that happens.
God, that would be so incredible if we go to $100
and then
off.
We've got this person
this
here,
squeeze.
Nosri Bob, saying part 8. So he keeps doing these like all the time, these PSA graded purchases. I think I have this guy, but I'm a little bit concerned because I think I have the Black Star 2000. I better have that one. But this is a Gem Mint 10. Amazing. And then, you know, on the macro front, what this graph is showing is unrealized losses. This is what I'm so concerned about is they bailed out the banks in 2019, just before COVID, by giving them access to large amounts of liquidity. Then 2020 happened. They bailed everyone out again with the reverse repo market. Or reverse repo might have come a little bit later. It might have been like 2021. But that was access to trillions of dollars for these banks in short-term lending. And then they did the bank term lending program, and still banks collapsed. You know, it's like they're underwater so badly on so many of their treasuries and bonds and all kinds of stuff because the bond market went down tremendously with the rate increases. And then, compared to back in 2008 with their unrealized losses, they've got tremendous unrealized losses. What this means is on paper, they're down, but they're just saying, oh, but we'll just hold these to maturity and get the full ticket value back. But it's like not necessarily so, right? What if these bonds contain a whole bunch of, corporate debt, and these corporations go bankrupt or default on their loans? Or what if they contain a whole bunch of distressed property assets like commercial real estate? So it's like, sure, you may be good if you hold these to maturity, and if someone can keep infusing you with cash to pay your short-term bills and you don't have to sell these at losses and realize the losses, you might make it through. But I don't know, so this is just such a tremendous pile of bad debt. It's causing these George Gammon does amazing videos on this, by the way. If you look up George Gammon on YouTube, this is like everything he's talking about. And as soon as these banks have to dip into these bad bonds and sell them at losses, then you're going to see their balance sheets completely unwind. And, in the short term, everything seems on the up and up, but it can very quickly change. And they're having to take on more and more risky positions to keep their books looking good. So you're going to see, because unrealized losses are so huge, more and more risk is entering the system, which means that these banks don't want to lend to one another, which means you're going to see the interbank lending system really dry up, and that leads to contagion right away, because the banks aren't willing to trust one another, and they can't get money to operate. So because they're basically all just operating on debt. It's such a scam of a system. But anyway, that's macro. This is a great post. Again, Region Formal. I like what they do. They try to take complicated topics and break them down and distill them into what we do know, and in a way that's somewhat readable by normal people, unlike what I do. So what they're talking about here is this big order imbalance occurred on Friday, as many people are aware of. So in this auction that occurs at the pre-market and at the end of day, or right at the open and right at the end of day, basically all these unresolved trades will get auctioned off. And they're basically saying this usually will occur when there's a huge imbalance between supply and demand of stock, and they'll have to find parties and counterparties to match all these trades. And this typically happens when there's an earnings release, a change in guidance, merger or acquisition activity, some kind of corporate event that changes the nature of people's valuing of the company. But none of that happened with GameStop on Friday. But they're mentioning here, it can also occur on rumors of those things happening. So what was the rumor? We haven't seen any corporate news since the announcement of the suspension or the getting rid of the corporate line of credit, but that was a couple of days before. So that doesn't seem substantial to this. So maybe there's rumor floating around out there causing a large amount of demand for the stock. And so they had to go and have a big auction, and there was an imbalance at first. Does it mean that the stock was traded at that price? I don't believe so, at least not on the lit exchange. But there was a screenshot of one person having trades occur at $30-something. I don't know how accurate that is. What I would say about this is, could they be internalized? Could they be on the dark pools? I don't know. That's maybe my unknown at this point. But I am excited that this happened at all, because it's such a huge auction imbalance. People have gone back through, done some DD on it. So here's our Dolphin character, great job Dolphin, scraping a bunch of data, basically finding that this almost never happens. There's a $3 difference in the GME data, but it doesn't seem to really indicate anything happening. So thank you for doing that. I'm going to trust Dolphin, and that their strategy works here. I'll save this because I'm not going to do it myself. Sometimes you just can't. And then I wanted to go back to this one. This is Roaring Kitty's meme from, what day was this? June 11th. So this would be right before, this is right after the company had issued 75 million shares on June 7th into his live stream. This is, I'm taking it to be Roaring Kitty, maybe, because he's got the red. This would be Ryan Cohen, because he's got the blue, but he's got the kitty in his pocket. Or maybe it's, I think I gotta go with red being Roaring Kitty. He's always used that for his characters. So this is something else we do on the channel, if you're new. We
That was not how I looked at this, or how I thought a lot of people looked at that.
So he posted this after Ryan Cohen had just raised $2 billion, issuing shares, 75 million shares. And then he would sell all his calls 2 days later, 120,000 call options, $20 each for expiring just 10 days later. And then he posted his Lisan Al-Gaib meme riding the sandworm. Where'd he go? One just after that, where he purchases 4 million additional shares. And then we don't know what these ones are about, but we definitely know that this one's about buying a bunch of Chewy somehow. So
You mean the
what I
color?
wanted to
Because
say
the red
about this
headband?
one- he did post
But I mean, the
this.
GameStop
This
logo
my
itself
masterpiece.
is red,
What I
so I
wanted
just
to
feel
post
like
about this one though is like,
that's just how it would
what
appear.
is Roaring Kitty up to? And I just have to, at this point, implicitly trust this gentleman, especially after going back and starting to watch his videos again. This dude is a certified genius and market master. And if he's in on this trade and has been on this trade for 5+ years and deeply so, and just completely memeing and happy with what he's doing here, happy with the fact that his calls were worth like $800 million just days prior to this, and he's still just memeing along and increasing his position in this company to 9 million shares. I'm just at peace with the whole thing. Like, it, you know, it's just like, this just gives me an incredible amount of confidence that this dude is on this ride, and I'm just like a side passenger somewhere way in the back going, what is even happening? Where are we going? I don't know, but I like every minute of it. And then the final thing I wanted to mention, I listened to yesterday Susan Trimboth, PhD, former DTC employee, helped implement many systems at the DTC, including, I believe, the DRS system. Listened to her Spaces call about stock trade settlement failures. She specifically talks about the obligations warehouse and recaps during this presentation.
I feel like I should watch that.
Great recording. I'll link it in
Maybe
the
I should watch
description
it
if you
today
have
on
time.
stream. I don't know.
Just
Let's
very
see what GME does.
knowledgeable. Incredible to hear her speak about the subject. So now we're up in the pre-market. Let's go. Are we? No, we're sideways. And then last thing to talk about. So let's talk about the sheet. As I just did, I just talked probably for an hour. I have no idea on how much time I've done here about just a whole bunch of stuff. So let's talk about the sheet really quick. What are we doing here with the sheet? I've got tab number 1, which is all the GameStop data. I've got the date, options, settlement, or OPEX related stuff here in column B. The open and close, which I find to be largely irrelevant. How much it's gapped up or gapped down, though, very relevant. GameStop will do this very frequently, and it usually indicates that something big has happened or is happening. So big gap downs or big gap ups. Like, look at this, 74% gap, 113% gap up on 5/14. It was actually up like 160% in the pre-market. That was a crazy day. I've got everything I consider bullish here, and then anything that's bearish or ETF related or swap related here, as well as I've got the bull thesis components here, quite a few of them. I've gone back through and updated them and linked certain items. And then the bear thesis. I think it's really important to keep both balanced and update them and change them as we go. And then just below that, at some point I was like, what could possibly happen that would be really hype? As I just recently went through and we hyped all the days in September, was like, here's all the things that could potentially happen. These ones in green have already happened, which is cool. Ones in yellow are like kind of happening, maybe. And then ones in pink are maybe further dated or more unlikely, less likely to occur. And then over here on the bearish side, you know, there's a lot of concerns with GameStop. You know, eventually it could be seller box and delisted. With so much money in the bank, that would take a really, really long time. But you know, any stock eventually could go to zero, potentially. So I've got all those over here on the bearish side. And then I used to have a bunch of stuff over here, but I just reduced it to keeping up with GameStop as a full-time job. And it definitely feels like that. But there are some days I'm just like, you know what, let's drink some coffee and work on the spreadsheet. And to me, it's just like a way of like organizing the information, going back through, reassessing what's going on, and trying to find maybe is there a new way to think about this to better inform me going forward. And all you can hope to do is like learn from the past to try to like see the future in more clarity. So down here we've got all the various stuff that's tracked across the columns here. So you can see as examples here, I have been trying to keep up with Max Payne. It's a little bit challenging though, because you got to basically continuously monitor it, and especially into Friday, see where it's going to land. But I've got the monthly option settlements in blue and the weeklies in red, and then there's going to be quarterlies too. Like we're coming up on a quarterly OPEX here, which is a big one. That's also going to involve quad witching, which usually does absolutely nothing. But
Usually
there
does.
is a market heartbeat, which is probably related to funds rebalancing every quarter. So that could be interesting. It usually kicks off a bunch of fails to deliver across the stocks and ETFs.
Max Payne
And then
is
what else do we
the
got here to look at?
point at which people who
just a
buy
bunch of
options
stuff.
lose
I'm
the
going
most
back
money,
through
and the market makers gain the most money
adding on,
between
for example, we've got
the
like
puts
our
and the
recap
calls.
dates, which may or may not be important. I talked about recently this net capital theory, which may or may not work.
About the
but
game.
it's a 21-day cycle
Max
thing, which
Payne's a great
sometimes
game.
seems to
I'm glad you
reduce
played that.
activity off of fail to deliver stuff. And I'm going back through and indicating on the earnings calls whether or not it was a loss or a profit. And if it's a profit, it should probably go on the left side, because anything good goes on the left side. Yeah, so here's a profit, and I'm linking directly to that 10K or 10Q. So I'm in the process now of, and then I also indicate on here whether or not we ended the week above or below Max Payne. And it definitely fluctuates quite a bit, but there will be long periods of one or the other.
Yeah, what Skiing
and
said
it does
also
seem
there.
to be that if you land one way or another, like let's say you land over Max Payne, and like strongly so, it could like sort of cause a long string, like maybe right here, ended way above Max Payne by like $10 for some reason, and then like you get a longer string of ending above Max Payne generally, and then once you start ending below it, you start trending down below Max Payne, and you could be trapped in that for quite a while. So I'm going back through, trying to just make sure the sheet's as clean as possible. I've got everything hyperlinked or commented, and anything on the left is bullish and maybe net capital related possibly, or recaps related, or catalyst related in pink. A catalyst is like a surprise event, like insiders buying, or Ryan Cohen joining the board, something like that. And anything on the right side here is ETF related or swap related. And then we've got all these columns over here, which are just the data points that I find to be probably the most important. In fact, volume is probably the most important measure of any of them. I was thinking about this last night. I'm like, maybe I should just do a strict, like ignore price completely, just look at volume and do an analysis on that. Could be informative. We've got GameStop fails to deliver. Very hard to see how these produce price activity, but they're definitely caused by volume. When you have volume, then you get fails. That came up on Dr. T's talk last night. But then where does the price improve later? Very hard to sort out. ETF fails to deliver on small cap funds specifically. Similarly, often have to do with very much so December and June option settlement. Look at this. Like here we've got, so I'm adding on here, biggest FTDs in a year. It's all December options. So are they hiding?
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's
their
100% hedge funds that are
in
long. 100%.
some kind of options that come due in
We
December.
need more of them to go long.
Those shouldn't be leaps though, because leaps typically come due in January and June, and January is like not crazy, so it doesn't do that. But June does. Like look at June up here. So here's June OPEX, somewhere up in here, and tremendous fails to deliver on ETFs and XRT. Huge on XRT. So XRT failed to deliver, very important data point. Often associated with huge volume, like right here. This was the stock dividend split period. Lots of fails to deliver on GameStop, ETFs, like small cap ETFs, and XRT specifically. XRT's on reg show during this period. And then XRT volume, very good data point, because when you get huge volume on XRT, right here, 9.2 million volume, you get a ton of fails on XRT.
Yeah, I really hope we
what's
get
going on this day?
really
Why are
significant
there so many
news
fails
on earnings
everything?
or before.
June 17th, it's probably OPEX. Yeah, it's June OPEX. So why do we get cycles in June? Why do we get huge stock declines in December typically, and huge fails associated with those declines? You know,
Want a
questions
dividend,
that
I'm being
curious.
honest. I
And
think
then
dividend
cost
is
to
like
borrow is an incredibly
such the
important
answer.
measure. So as GameStop becomes more scarce in the borrow or lend pool, cost to borrow will surge up. So we can see during that exact same period, June OPEX and into the stock dividend split, cost to borrow. I've now changed it from Fidelity over to Interactive Broker because it's a more complete data set that somebody sent me. So thank you for sending me that. And we can see that it spikes up incredibly so, up to 100% right into the stock dividend split. Why? Why so many fails? And this is after the June option settlement. This is a month later. So is that why they had to do like emergency swap issuance or entrance? So they entered a bunch of swaps in May to get ready for that June option settlement because they knew that they would need a ton of shares. Then they enter more swaps leading into the stock dividend split, knowing they're going to be in deep trouble. And then everything's getting really bad. GameStop's almost on reg show. All the ETFs are blowing up. So they enter a bunch more swaps in August, and then Credit Suisse collapses. So that's kind of my working theory. And now we're seeing maybe some other institution go through a very similar event. We're seeing, again, December option settlement.
I don't know the answer to that, Maj, and that's really interesting.
Everything. When they clean up XRT off reg show, then you start to see GameStop fails happen. Then you see them bouncing around the fails like crazy, and then leading up into June option settlement and swap expiry, stock price goes absolutely bananas and volume goes through the roof. You don't see a lot of fails though. So, I mean, some, but not like in years past in June. So did they enter some swaps? That's kind of what I'm thinking. They probably cleared up some swaps, entered some new ones, juggled this around a bit, handled the options, because there's probably a lot of leaps in there, and then get ready for the next December. So yeah, other things to look at. So the FAQ tab, this is brand new. Just made this yesterday. So I'm starting up here at the top with what's the story with GameStop, Richard's YouTube channel, and the spreadsheet. So I put right here, GameStop stock behaves in a strange way and has for years since the like sneeze or squeeze of January 21 and long after the fact. So way before it and long after it, it's been doing all this weird stuff. I happen to look at, GME.
That's really weird. I'll have to look into that more.
Where a lot of people like bash GameStop people. And it's like, how can they ignore this? It's just like my primary thesis is like, the stock is so bizarre. I keep going back to this, and the data doesn't lie. The activity on the stock, like all this, just tells me all I need to know that like something weird's going on here. And for them to bash people for 4 years as being like bag holders or uninformed investors or making the biggest mistake of their life, I'm kind of just like, yeah, I don't think so. Something going on here. So the behavior of most interest to me and this channel is these very high volume, very high volatile periods, often with rapid price improvement. They can be as short as 1 or 2 days. They can last often for like exactly 11 days. Sometimes they can last like several weeks. And you see all the various signals flare up here. Huge volume, then you get huge fails to deliver, cost to borrow goes crazy. Yeah, just everything, ETF activity goes crazy. So why? Why is this happening? Why does it often happen in June? Like, what's up with that? But not in 2023. So a little bit in 2023, but very little. And then there's this other behavior, which is long periods of low volume, low volatility, and usually declines in the stock, but sometimes fairly flat. So we just saw this in August. So you get like 90% of the time you're spending your time here or more, maybe even 95% of the time. And then it's like this on switch happens, what I call like settlement cycles, and all kinds of activity piles in on the stock. So why does it do this? What's my purpose in all this? Definitely not to provide financial advice. I just want to learn. It's fascinating. I want to have fun with it, encourage people, because I feel like that's kind of my mission in life, is to just, you know, try to be a positive influence on people and have fun and laugh. And in real life, I high five people all the time, because it's like, you know, what are you doing if you're not high fiving people? And then tell the story. So I think there's just a ton of great detail here, and it's just fun. And it's all my perspective, right? As someone just along for the ride, it's how I see it. So I had made this series of questions here, like what happened back in 2021? Why was the buy button turned off? I've got some details here. Basically, I think there was a devastating short squeeze in progress, and that was the last option they had. They were just like, turn this thing off, shut it down, and then they're trying to manage it all these years later, and that's why we see this pattern behavior here. Seems pretty simple to me. That's my thesis, is it's a delayed short squeeze, something maybe never quite seen before in the markets. So why would a recall be possible? I think they hid a lot of their obligations in derivatives. And as those derivatives come due on some kind of cadence, and as different participants choose to exit strategically, you see activity on the stock. That's like, to me, that's my working theory. There's some research here on why that could be going on.
Yeah, but the thing is, like,
there's this
I kind of agree with you, Skiing.
very slow
But
duration.
there's only like 400 million
playing
outstanding
out
shares. So
probably the
even if
worst
he announced a
short squeeze in
dividend of
history. And that's why
$1,
it's, such
that would
a
still leave him with 3.5 billion left over, and it would
volatile,
squeeze the
completely volatile
heck
situation
out of
and
people who are
long-enduring situation.
putting out all these
Who would be
synthetic
the
shares.
counterparties? My working theory is Archegos was deeply into GameStop on the short side. That probably led to Credit Suisse collapsing in 2022.
I feel like you'll just
leading
have still
into,
so much money left over.
March of 2023, when UBS took them over. But others could certainly still be involved. And there were other hedge funds that did collapse, like Melvin Capital, as a result of this. So, you know, people have suggested maybe Bank of America, maybe Nomura. We don't know exactly. It's all speculative. So I'm not trying to make any like firm claims here. But basically at this point, it would have rolled up to probably from hedge funds to prime brokers, people with lots of...
I mean, I don't know why you would have lawsuits for
lots of
announcing a
abilities to
dividend, though.
manipulate the stock
That's within
and
his
engage
legal
in
right.
derivatives trading and kick this for a very long time. So that's probably where
They
it
used
is
to do a
currently.
dividend
And
in, like,
who is
2018
paying the media
or 17.
to defame GameStop and obfuscate the very obvious truth. I don't trust the corporate media at all. I'm very concerned by their role in a lot of different things over my entire lifetime, to be honest. Promoting war, just a lot of bad actors in the media, and they're compensated for their activities. And I think we're seeing that in various trials going on against certain activist short sellers, that they're working hand in hand with the media, knowingly so, to hurt the value of companies and defraud household investors. This is allegations in cases happening now. So, you know, would these potentially, hypothetically, short prime brokers be engaging in tactics like this? I don't see why they wouldn't. Like, it would be in their interest to do so. Maybe even set up, or, you know, maybe even co-opt Wall Street Bets, take over certain subreddits, or promote or create certain subreddits to keep people away from the GameStop story, keep them unengaged, uninterested, uninformed, misinformed.
I don't think that's a
and,
winning
you know,
lawsuit,
bury
though.
the truth as long
I
as
kind of
possible
agree that, you
to
know, he's
wiggle their way
probably
out of the
not going to do
situation,
it.
because,
But I still do
dealing
think it's
with it
the
is so
answer,
impossible at
and I
this
don't
point.
think
It's
that
just
he could get in
because
trouble
of-
for that.
Particularly like this one, DRS. So my next question is basically like, how many shares does household own? So we can look over at the survey tab. The survey tab shows that like typically people are only DRSing like 30 to 40% of their shares. I would argue it's probably way less than that across all household. So that means that like this stock is owned by household essentially, because at like a 20% rate of DRS, that means that there's 4 shares floating around in brokers for every 1 share in DRS, and that means household owns 375 million shares. Just some simple napkin math here. So that indicates that there must be egregious short interest here, mostly not reported. So how are they getting away with it? Well, it's got to be fails to deliver. They've got to be borrowing like crazy from mutual funds, institutions, and ETFs. Like they basically have wiped out the whole lend pool, and probably some of it's still naked in the form of rolling FTDs or swaps or something. So, or maybe leaps or long duration options, who knows? So they're managing this gigantic position because of the over ownership by household. What happened with the share offering? So these are just a bunch of questions. How does settlement and clearing work on these fails to deliver? All kinds of questions related to this. What happened in 2022? Like, we saw cost to borrow and everything go crazy in June, but then again in July, right around the stock dividend split, all kinds of fails to deliver, and then the stock price just goes down off a cliff.
Do you have any theories on what
and all the
we might hear
cycles
for
literally
earnings?
until
Do you think there'll be a merger or anything like that?
3 months ago. So what's up with that? What they do with the stock dividend split? Why is institutional ownership still so low? It used to be 99% on GameStop institutional ownership. Now it's super low. And then are they using exchange traded funds and mutual funds as a giant liquidity black hole with which to clear and settle trades on an ongoing basis? And that's why you see all this cyclic activity. They basically fail all these trades, do it as long as they possibly can. They need
Anything
borrow
in
or
particular
source
that you
of
think it
shares
might be?
to take it off their
I feel like the
risk for one
cell
day,
phone company
to
has
restart the cycle.
some
And then
warrant
you
to
see
it.
at some point as they roll a big ball of these things, tons of volume pour in, and the price goes up like crazy. You see all kinds of creation and redemption across the basket of ETFs, and fails move.
Yeah.
So fails move from maybe
true story
XRT
too.
on to suddenly something like we saw just back here, MDY back here on 8.2. Why all these fails all of a sudden on this small cap ETF, right? Or maybe huge fails show up on VB or IWS. You know, this has to do with probably Chewy, not GameStop, but same idea. Why all of a sudden here, VTV, huge fails, right? Are they just bouncing them from one ETF to another to keep a giant ball of fails juggling through the air? So those are all my questions. Why do other stocks move with GameStop? Very interesting, right? Has been going on for years and years and years. The Roaring Kitty angle I mentioned earlier, like what does Roaring Kitty know? And so any of these topics, you guys, I'd encourage you to dig into, read about, click the links to see like what I'm looking at here. And then what would it mean if GameStop transformed? If it became a compounder like or a holding company, like I've mentioned Booking Holdings, or a compounder would be like MasterCard or Berkshire Hathaway possibly. So they bought a whole bunch of component pieces that generate a lot of revenue and profits. What could that mean long term? And then I've already gone over in this video the data points we're looking at and why we're looking at them, but OPEX, super important for GameStop. You see it kick off a lot of activity, a lot of volume, and a lot of fails to deliver, especially quarterly OPEXs and December and June's as far as fails go. December typically doesn't have price improvement, but it did in 2023. And why did that happen? Max pain is very interesting because it's the point at which the house wins and options bettors collectively lose. So GameStop typically ends really close to max pain, but when it doesn't, interesting things happen. You got the open and close. As I mentioned, gap up and gap down, usually indicative that something's happening or has happened, some kind of like catalytic event. The bullish side is all kinds of events I find to be important. The high and the low is very important, but even extended hours, high and low, which I don't typically track, could even be more important because the stock does so much of its movement in the extended hours, which like we just saw. Oh, we're green. Let's go GameStop. And then the bearish side, very important. All kinds of bearish things do happen. And then we've got volume. I said probably the most important data point to even look at. So people might want to just do like an analysis, just isolate the one variable, look at volume, and just see if there's patterns that go on there. And I would go long form. These patterns seem to go across huge segments of time. Like for some reason, June of 2021, huge volume event, ran alongside AMC. AMC had huge run that time, went up to $72. And GameStop ran up alongside it up to 350. And then a year later in 2022, again, you see huge activity in June. But then the next year, just a little bit of activity. But then the following year, that was this year, huge activity. So what's up with June and the volume? Is it yearly, or is it 35 trading days or calendar days? Calendar days would be the closest, right? That's basically a T plus 21 cycle. So you've got the potential for 5-week cycles or even 4-week cycles, all the way up to 52-week cycles. And why is that? fails to deliver data, ETF, I've mentioned all these. So all these are really important. The ETF tab is the one I'm most interested in currently. What we're looking at here is creation and redemption of a basket of small cap ETFs, just a couple I'm interested in, alongside XRT. Question number one is, why is XRT creating and redeeming so much? Like, it fluctuates, look at this, by like, I don't know, 30% of its outstanding shares in a single day. These ones hardly fluctuate at all. Like 1%, maybe up to like 5%, maybe, tiny percentages. This one's going up and down bonkers. And the data on this is always incredibly delayed. XRT just seems, and it's on Reg Show constantly, has fails to deliver like constantly. And it's even the one that's mentioned in Richard Evans's paper and the Bruno paper. So it's like, it's clearly their tool as a vehicle to shuttle shares of GameStop around as needed. Because you can see, and it's doing such a weird thing now. It's so weird. It's redeeming, but GameStop's going up. That's totally opposite of what typically happens with it. So what is up with XRT? I'm glad I'm looking at outstanding shares now. And this basically just happened from someone saying, hey, Richard, you might be interested in this data. And I was like, ooh, I am interested in that data. And they were able to pull off Vantage ICE's platform, which I don't have access to, specifically the Rhymes way of interacting with it, historic data for a variety of ETFs on shares outstanding. And I just happened to then say, well, what if we track the daily flows? So this is a change from one day to the next. And then I made a formula that basically compares each of those to its historic average flow to see like what the significance was for that particular day, and just adds them all together. And then you do a 5-day moving average. And that gives you this line, which is the yellow line, which actually seems to produce some really interesting stuff. But that was just like my cursory level, like, hey, let's make a formula and just completely wing it. And it actually looks pretty cool. But it shows essentially a collective measure in yellow of where redemption of small cap ETFs is happening, and they're probably pulling a lot of GameStop out of those small caps. And then conversely, when that would be redemption. Up here would be creation. So they're creating lots because they just redeemed. And actually, this is the market heartbeat in June. So you can see it in action. And this could be why so many fails happen as well around June. This heartbeat effect could also happen in December. So you see big creation of small caps and XRT. And then they're rebalancing probably tons of units of these ETFs into the new like percentages, because we saw actually an update here on XRT's holdings. And then they redeem a whole bunch. So they probably get rid of a whole bunch of old units that they've now replaced with new units. So this is the market heartbeat, happens every quarter. So we're going to see that coming up here in a couple weeks in September. But September's typically doesn't like come with a whole bunch of fails and stuff like June's does and December's does. So you can see the market heartbeat in action, which is cool. But then you can also see like huge creation right here, big creation right here, and big price move on GameStop. So does creation of small caps lead to price improvement at GameStop, or vice versa? Does big price improvement on GameStop cause creation of these ETFs? I don't know. And then we've got, the FTD tab. So here's FTD of a whole bunch, fails to deliver, of a whole bunch of different
so much data.
Actually, ETFs containing GameStop. Someone just emailed me actually. They are doing the analysis on, I've got it over here. They've been doing really good DD actually and posting it on Superstock. And what they're showing here is the total loan value across all ETFs in the US of GameStop, and I actually plotted it here on this chart. I'm curious how to implement it into the sheet, but you can see that the quarterly, so June, September, December, and March is typically where you see a big surge in loan balance, where they're borrowing heavily from the ETFs. So why does that happen? Because it's not always strictly moving with like price isn't, I don't know. It's so, I don't even know where to go on this at the moment or what I was even talking about, but this person's doing an amazing analysis And you can see that like loan balance falls dramatically, like actually it peaks here in July. So yeah, low balance in May, then June, price surges and loan balance goes up like crazy for the oh, I remember because it's delayed here. So this says July because that's when this started, but this should be June, because I put it on the last day of June. Yeah, because I don't know when they report. So this person asked just emailed me. Sorry, that's where I was going with this. And they said there's actually like 700 ETFs that have held or currently hold GameStop. So they're pulling all this data. It's actually amazing what they're doing. So huge shout out to them. I'm just pulling it in. You
God,
can
that's
see,
so many
like,
more
for
ETFs than I
example,
thought.
here's the loan balance at the end of month for April of this year, $41 million. Then it goes up at the end of May. And then we don't have June yet, but I'm anticipating it goes up dramatically because, again, every quarterly, it goes up like crazy. Here's March, here's quarterly OPEX, here's February, here's January low, but then again, here's December. So why is it ballooning up like crazy? And why is there isn't always, but why is there very often a huge price event right around this time? So like you can see, here would be end of January. Loan balance for ETFs is low. And then here's the last day of February. Loan balance is creeping up now all of a sudden. Price of GameStop goes crazy, straight vertical on a really good earnings call. And then loan balance surges to the highest it had been for a while. So it's every quarter, their loan balance is going crazy. Do they need them for options? So there seems to be like a daisy chain or interconnectedness between options, that's like short dated obligations, or maybe up to a year with leaps, or maybe a little bit longer. If you like in January, buy leaps in June for the following year. And
Yeah, it's a shame we haven't been able to affect actual
their
change.
infinity source of shares. And then when they run out of all that, they go to swaps, right? And swaps can be 2-year duration or 3-year duration or longer. So that seems to be the way the derivatives like link together. And it's just cool because we get more and more visibility as people do the research. So this was notional value right here, but because it went so far up during the sneeze and during a year later when Credit Suisse collapsed, I decided to kind of scale it by a percentage. So you can see now it looks a little bit better, but you can see the value on their loan balance really went crazy.
Yeah, what we need is to eliminate for-profit market makers.
Really, really high.
They shouldn't be trying to make a profit.
A year later,
It should just be
that was when it hit its highest
them controlling
point.
it.
Super interesting. So 1 year cadence here, and then it's been on the downtrend ever since. But the price of GameStop's been going down. So if that price goes up, that value of that loan will go up too. So it's like, have they been having to keep the price low to keep their balance under control? Maybe. Another good data point someone shared with me, sorry I'm all over the place in this video, was I sent this person a pack of Pokemons, by the way.
Sorry, looking at this stuff is when my head starts hurting.
All the data on GameStop you could ever want. I was like, and they sent me, it had 2,000 columns of different data points. I was like, that's insane. But the ones that became very interesting to me right away were the shares available to borrow, the borrow fee going back the last 2.5 years, I believe, options, open interest, puts to calls to puts, and historical IV. So we could talk about those just really quickly here. This one's super cool. So this is all on the new data tab. It shows shares available to borrow in yellow, and then cost to borrow in green. So you can see huge spike up in cost to borrow 2 years ago, leading up into June and leading up into the stock dividend split. We have not seen cost to borrow like that. It would be nice if this data went back even further into like this, if it could go all the way back to 2018. That's when all this really started. That'd be super helpful. But right now it's only going back to 2020, 22. And then you can see it blips up again here at end of year, right around December, like I keep talking about. Blips up again, it's every quarter. And then like nothing really happened. Like June of last year, there was activity, tons of shares. Where are all these shares becoming available to borrow? I have to think every time that this happens, swaps, total guilty face, like to me, like come on, like where do all these suddenly happen? And the stock's going down like crazy. That makes no sense. You get another event, end of year options, December period, right? Cost of borrow blips up a bit, and then here it is June again. So there's some kind of relationship happening. I love the more data thing. I don't know how to implement it into the sheet. And this now includes everything. So now you're looking at, on this one, or no, this one's just, you're looking at options. So what you're seeing here, if people want to play with these charts and see if they glean some information from it, that'd be cool. IV, so IV is in green. So we can see it's moving around, goes up like crazy right here. What happened here? This is actually January expiry for 2023. So did they buy a bunch of leaps? I don't know. Happens again here, this year. And then it happens with Roaring Kitty coming back. And then now we're here. So IV is interesting. It like is doing some definite formations, some definitely interesting time periods as well. And then we've got the call to put ratio, and you can see that basically it's taken off on the call side. So there's a call side imbalance that really launched in January of 2023.
I agree, Steven. We are looking good.
When you had this big spike in implied
I'd love to see new
like crazy all the way
all-time highs
to the next year. So did they, and then it drops down a lot. So IV drops off, and the call ratio drops off. So did they get a whole bunch of shares through calls? Maybe. And then we can see with April into May, huge calls and huge IV. And then right now, we're still pretty high though, over where we were at 2 years ago. A lot of call interest.
4 years, yeah.
He's kind of starting to rebound back up. So cool data. And then I took it all and put.
This is almost over, sort of. By the way, Steven, but really nice to see you here today.
That'd be amazing. That would be ETFs in the background on the little dots. That's the loan balance. And then you've got cost to borrow on there.
Oh God,
IV on there.
I know. We need to drastically increase the price of fines
on there as well. So I think that all those are interrelated. As more call interest comes in, especially around the quarterlies, then they need to go to the lend pool, the ETFs specifically, and get a ton of shares from the ETFs. So their loan balance goes absolutely berserk. Cost to borrow probably surges too, and number of shares available goes down as they're using those shares to hedge.
Amen, right, Skiing?
And then
amen.
You get like a cooling off period, and yeah, that's just a ton of data though, all at once. So super confusing. So that's where things are at with the sheet, you guys. Again, we got the big tab, we got the FAQ tab, we've got the quarterly report tab, probably my favorite tab. So hopefully next week we get a profitable quarter. That would be super exciting. We got FTDs.
We gotta get a profitable quarter. There's no way we don't have a profitable quarter this time.
Stuff and a cost analysis and so forth. But anyway, that's all that.
I guess that is it.
With GameStop. GameStop is up in the pre-market, but again, that's often bad, except when it's really good. So yeah, hopefully some of this video was helpful, you guys.
Yeah, take care, Steven.
It gives you kind of a sense of what I'm looking at and why I'm looking at all the different things. It's a ton of data, but broad picture, what I'm kind of looking at is, it just seems to me that it's all interrelated, and trying to predict what's going to happen, I think that's very, very challenging. Very much so, because we saw like such a long period in 2023 of inactivity, and then suddenly a period of very strong activity, followed by, again, an August of literally nothing. And a lot of it's going to be determined by what actors are doing and why they're doing it, and their own solvency and so forth. So it doesn't have to always keep being patterns. But I think what's maybe more important to learn is like they haven't settled this. I think that's what's clear to me in going through this whole thing. Like leading into the sneeze, obviously, you had just such an incredible pile of fails on everything. XRT, the fails on 8 million fails on ETFs. The volume on XRT went to 30 million, and 10 million fails on GameStop, you know, in today's split adjusted. So they had this egregious situation on their hands. How to deal with it? Well, quick, shut off the buy button, pack it all into ETFs, swaps, and options. And then you see it periodically just blip up. Oftentimes, hugely so. Like, for example, right here, why? August 3rd, random, like nothing happening. 60 million volume, 5 million fails on GameStop. What's up with that? You know? And then randomly, 3 million fails on XRT in the middle of October. No reason why. A lot of volume the days before though. Why? So what was happening here? And it just bounces around. And so to me, it's just like, and then it can be so quiet for so long. And then all of a sudden, middle of June, years later, you see 30 million volume again on XRT across 2 days now, 20 and then 30. And then price goes up to $80. Like, what's up with that? So it's just like time and pressure, as Roaring Kitty said. Somehow he knows when the pressure and time has been enough. And that's always my eternal thing, is try to figure it out. But if even you can't figure it out, at least you can watch it and try to make sense of it, and be encouraged by the anomalies. And what I'm really looking forward to is, you know,
I can't understand that.
Silent, or have been historically, and like it'll be neat to then see some of these data points happen in real time. So if we see like something happen, and then all of a sudden we see boom, 7 million fails show up on ETFs, or like 2 million fails show up on XRT, be like, okay, now we get to see it in real time, because I'm often looking backwards. I'll be like, okay, why did that happen suddenly? And it'll be neat to see it start to happen again as I'm more doing like daily videos. So anyway, you guys, hopefully something in there was useful. Oh, and I wanted to mention too, at the end of the video, I forgot to mention these guys. So the person that sent the Pokemons sent these little figurines. So here's a little Bulbasaur. Here's a little Pikachu. So I just thought that was super funny. Got actually another Pikachu with a hat. So thank you again for the gifts. Really unnecessary though. This is gift enough to me, honestly, being involved in this whole story and being able to like gather data, and in some way maybe just like give someone an idea on a direction in which to go, and they start going, and it's like, cool, like thank you so much for working on this, and hopefully that's what I continue to do here in this saga, is just provide encouragement, tell a story, learn every step of the way, and maybe inspire others to do something with this GameStop thing. So have a good one, you guys. I hope we have a great week, 4-day week, plenty to look forward to, and I'll see you in the next one.
Whew. That was a lot. I didn't really set out to play that whole thing, but gosh, there was just like so much good information in there. I couldn't bring myself to turn that off. Big thank you, as always, to Richard Newton for such a great video. Again, I did ask him for permission. He did say I do permission to play on my stream. So, you know, don't go telling him and complaining that I'm doing that, because he did say I could. But yeah, I highly recommend any of you guys who aren't already subscribed to Richard Newton, please go consider checking out his channel. He puts out more videos than I end up putting onto stream, and they're all very, very informative. He is, in my opinion, the hardest working YouTuber when it comes to deep dive GME information. So I highly recommend checking him out. I also kind of want to check out this Susan Trimbath thing that he posted, but I might wait now because that was quite a little bit. But maybe if GME doesn't end up moving here soon, maybe we'll try putting that on too. I'll still kind of talk over her a little bit, but I'm really interested to hear what she has to say, and you know, maybe I'll just listen to it later too, but I don't know. Right now, GME is not really doing too much, just at 23:30. So yeah, let me do this, and then I'll go check out the market here. All right, that was a lot. My head is hurting now trying to focus on all that. That was so much. I'm glad to watch it though. I feel like it's educational. I'm glad. I really love getting to share with you guys too. So I appreciate that. So, let me pull this stuff back on and we'll start taking a look around. Let me just go ahead and start some music here. Hold on. Oh, that was so much. My brain is very hurty right now.
What do you feel? We say
Oh yeah, gotta go get some Zona Fresca. That's where we're going wrong today. We need you to get your lunch. We're gonna come back and we're gonna be like $3 or $4 higher now that you're gonna go get some Zona Fresca. The Zone. That's cool. One of these days, man, I'm joking when I usually say pick me up, but after MOAS happens, you and I are gonna have to get that together. Yeah, I appreciate you, Skiing. You're awesome, man. We'll talk to you here soon. Appreciate you so much, Majinon, everyone else. Steven, I mean, it was awesome to get to see you. Hopefully we'll get to see him here in the future. I'm trying to like let my brain recover here a second. Oh yeah, right? Absolutely. I don't really care to like go somewhere and meet a lot of stranger apes, but I would love to go somewhere and meet all you guys. That would be really, really cool. I'll wear ape suits. I would go to wear an ape suit though, that's for sure. It's like I'm trying really hard to absorb his information, but it's just like so much flying at me that I only loosely understand. So, GME right now though, 2331, really not looking too hot. We got pushed down here, definitely getting shorted today. We are just about to curl up on the 5-minute MACD though. 1 minute has been green for some time now. Just not really a whole lot of movement out of that. 5 minute is just about to curl up though. The daily is what I'd really like to get to positive territory though. It really doesn't seem like we're gonna get there today, but maybe in about 2 days. That'll be the 5th, which will be Thursday. Yo, what's up, Frozen Vortex? Nice to see you, sir. Nice to see you. New Millionaires Club with people wearing ape suits. Yeah. Did you ever see the couch, the ape couch? I posted it to the Discord. I really would like. It's so tacky and gaudy, but like I would owe so much to GME that I would be so hyped to get that. Let me see if I can find it really quick. Yeah, I'm sure you've seen it, but maybe other people haven't, so. Oh, man. I'm just picturing this thing like right back there. Oh my gosh, that thing is amazing. It doesn't look like I could even like fit it through my doorways though. Oh, that's so funny though. No, nice to see you though, Frozen Vortex. Oh, that's right. You're not on the Discord. And I love the meme too, where it's like, when we win, I won't tell anyone, but there will be signs. That's exactly how I feel. Like, I'm not gonna advertise it. I'm not gonna like go tell everybody I just made a bunch of money through GameStop. Like not like on Facebook and stuff, but if you were paying attention, you'd be like, I wonder why he has this. And it's like only $1,000. Like that's a lot, but after MOAS, that won't feel like a lot. So feels like I'm just gonna have to do it. You know, like I would owe so much to GameStops and the cause. I would have to wear it proudly.
leave the world around us.
A gorilla looking overlay in your car? Oh man. I don't really know exactly what you mean, but what I'm picturing is like Dumb and Dumber, where he has his car covered in like the dog suit. I'm picturing you mean that, and that's crazy and hilarious. Oh, that's so cool. I feel like I'm gonna take a while to recover from that. Man, GME only had 469, not looking awesome. SPY still coming down, not looking awesome. E-Lab has not pushed up yet. I don't really want to look at these ones. See what BOF's doing. Not too much out of BOF, still holding this higher level though. Nice furry ape wrap, that would be the coolest thing. I like the way you think. Just the 1 hour chart. I didn't really mean to have the 1 hour chart.
They don't know how we love when we're letting close. With you, I know I belong.
Let me pull some things back on.
Us. You're the one I want, so you leave me. How do I love? Don't let go. I know
Once I find them. So many windows when I stream this.
you'll always
So many windows. There we go. So by the way, Majanone, I don't feel like this was that helpful, but I tried looking up like why there's the discrepancy between dark pool and real volume and such, but they just said like reporting errors and like timing differences. I don't even know why I'm telling you, but I did try looking it up a little bit. 0.853 right now on the PCC. A lot more calls came in the market. Not really seeing that action play out though. Let me check a couple other stats here. Last update was at 12:30 for GME. 0.33 on the cost to borrow, which is higher than what we opened at today. 2.6 million short shares available though. Shows them using 100,000, but then finding 400,000. I don't know anymore, dude. AMC, on the other hand, currently at 1.78 cost to borrow, 850,000 short shares available to short. It's just now started not to match up. I don't know. I feel like I never paid that much attention to it to actually like do the math in my head. That is weird though. I do think that it has matched in the past. Shows that it was last updated at 1 p.m. It does say delayed. Oop, I don't... Yeah, I don't think I can absorb any of this right now. I'm just gonna have to look into this later. I feel like my brain is fried after that. I'm just like, it's just a blob of numbers right now to me. I mean, I'm absorbing a little bit, but not at the rate that I want to. Looking into the market again though, electronic technology is still doing terrible. Technology services doing pretty bad. Producer manufacturing down, consumer services down, industrial services down, non-something. I think it's non-exempt. Non-energy minerals. Yeah, I knew that didn't sound right. Very down. Retail trade mostly down. Consumer non-durables doing the best today. Utilities not doing too terrible either. Yo, I love you, skiing. Enjoy your lunch, man. A positive? Heck yeah. Yeah, I think mine are too. I haven't looked at them in a while, though. Went to an archived website. That sound weird. I'm like fighting my brain right now, so apologize. I'm not thinking too much. GME halted 5 hours ago. Oh, that must have been in Germany. Five hours ago.
Got drunk off your love.
It was like 8 a.m.
I lost myself again. You hit just like a drug. This time I won't let you in. You're playing with fire. No, I didn't on the break. But this time I won't collapse like I did yesterday. You broke my heart once again. I won't buy the toast in return. I can't give it. I can't give it.
I don't even know what this is referring to. I don't know if this is talking about GME or not. So I'm just not gonna read that right now. Citadel's been named in a RICO lawsuit. That's not new news. Seeing the numbers on Siri. Ugh. Maybe need some covfefe? Or Vyvanse? Yeah, do you have some I could borrow? I'd be interested to see how my body reacts to something like that. Let me just go look at Superstonk. Everything else is just too distracting for me right now. Sure do. Well, now I'm coming to visit. No, I'm just kidding. I really do hope I get to one day. I think it'd be really fun. Because I really want to go visit my homie Aki in Germany. And I'm sure if I go do that, then you guys would be like my second trip. I'd go like Germany, Sweden, Britain. Just because that route works out well in my head. Maybe turn on the voice. That's a good suggestion.
Lee Surgeon.
Ah, yeah, I really hope so.
Looking forward to your visit, friend.
We're gonna do it one day. SPY is actually starting to push up now. Still below the 556 level, but that is a larger candle than we've been getting on the SPY. Go check out Jimmy again. Jimmy 2331. I still would like to think that we're gonna get a bullish second half, bullish rest of the day. We are just about to curl up on the 5-minute time frame. 15 minutes showing progress to the positive side. Nice bullish engulfing candle in the 15-minute. You know, speaking of hype dates though too, we talked about these a little bit on Friday last week, but it was nice to see it refresh it. Oh.
Yous know that we would moon if we all just clicked asking price. It's all just a algorithm.
Just everybody at once. I mean, that's if they buy the shares, though. I still think that, it's just a matter of time, and I think it's gonna happen. I think that we are gonna get some great announcements for earnings, and then I do think that some of the potential hype dates that are coming up have some credibility to them also. I'd like to think that Roaring Kitty's also going to be rotating back into it soon. At least like upping his position is what I mean. AMC coming to life as well now. Really, I mean, that's only like 4 cents, but
Stephen
it's
Brown
still a pretty big candle compared to what we were getting.
Well, yes, at once we need Kitty's pressure.
Yeah, we need some like real whales.
Said, I still think it's insane that he came back for us to lose a lot of money.
I mean, it was still net positive, but he did lose a lot from what his peak was.
Mahanan said, asterisk to Moas.
Kind of a nice candle forming right now. It's still, I mean, it looks so big just because our price action's so terrible, but that's really like 4 cents. Literally 4 cents. But that's huge for AMC. Huge for AMC. But yeah, I'm very hopeful for what's to come. This day hasn't really played out quite like I thought it would, but you know, still have more of the day left. And in my head, I did think that I didn't think that we would go crazy today, at least. So
Stephen Brown said, I sound like a crackhead, but I can see the algorithm.
I can see the path in your head. I understand. But yeah, I agree. I agree. But just need some like real big whales to be buying in for sure. All right, so we're on the 3rd right now. Tomorrow is T plus 34 from our $30 run up. So I am really interested to see if we're going to get something from that. Not showing anything really for the other 2 days this week.
Stephen Brown said, and jail time.
And jail time. Yeah, we really need to get these people in trouble. You know, earlier we were talking about fines, like, I never really got to say it, but, you know, the notion that we're only charging these people like 10% of their profits or so.
Brown
No, it should be like minimum
said,
like 85% of their profits that we fine
Friday.
them. You think we'll hit 35 on Friday? That would be pretty crazy. Max Payne is 21 on Friday. But I do think we're gonna get a run up before Friday for sure. You think 35 though? I personally think that if we go above 30, then we'd squeeze to 40. I feel like we haven't stopped in the 30s, the mid 30s very often. But doesn't mean that I'm wrong, that I'm right or you're wrong. Just talking. I do wonder if any of this stuff is gonna have any significance. I'm trying to look for the OpEx tailwind. Where is the OpEx tailwind? Oh, here it is. So okay, so that's actually the 5th. Why is it listed as bearish? I don't understand.
Mahanan said, I think his sheet is so unorganized, face with tears of joy.
I can't find anything there.
Mahanan said, I can't find anything there.
Yeah, I've slowly gotten better at navigating it, but I agree. And I feel like it has to be in weird places. Like there's no reason for me to think that an OpEx tailwind is actually bearish. I think that he just has it there. So that's interesting, though. I am really curious. I do think we're due for an OpEx tailwind.
It's probably organized, just not according to my brain, face with tears of joy. Stephen Brown said, no, they will get scared and start dropping real money to slow us down. Hard to say how it will pan out, but I do think it's time for a massive win for Apes.
It's a good thing that I keep 3 chats open for no reason at all. But isn't that weird? That message doesn't exist. What if I refresh? I mean, it doesn't exist until the third chat that I have, but it does that so consistently. Like it's constant, and even if I refresh, I don't get that message. It's time for a massive win for Apes. Yeah, no, I think we're gonna get something this week. I certainly don't think it's gonna be Moas, but
said, but I still prefer pen and paper. Grinning face with sweat.
That's so weird that message just completely didn't exist. I'm glad that I have the speech chat now. Speech chat seems to let me down very rarely compared to other things. Apes do really need that win, though. Really, really do.
Mahanan said, Apes really need that win.
I didn't mean to click that, but it launched this, so I might as well look at it. For each trading day over the previous month.
Stephen Brown said, YouTube algorithm will delete everything these days, no more free speech.
Yeah, I'm worried about the potential, what's to come. I definitely am. Yes, swaps listed for the 10th? Oh, I knew that. Yeah, so this definitely doesn't belong in the bearish column. I think that he's just throwing it there. I feel like he should just get rid of this. Or, I don't know. We just gotta ignore that, I guess. I'm really excited for cat data to come out. I really want to see cat data for the second half of August, because we did get that change to how the options work, and it should have theoretically increased the amount of FTDs that we're gonna have. Oh, well, I guess I meant to say FTD data, but whatever. Here it is, actually, on the 13th. Still don't know if T plus 90 is a thing, but it wasn't disproven. U.S. Constitution Day. That's what he has. I mean, I guess that's kind of in line with the memes a little bit. I mean, I guess it works. Fed interest rate decision. International Talk Like a Pirate Day. Oh my god, do I have to talk like a pirate that whole day? Do I have to go get an eye patch? It's on the 19th. Sounds terrible. I don't think I could do that. Like, I could, but god, that's a lot of talking like a pirate. I don't know. I think I'd drive myself crazy. Arr. Alright, I'm gonna stop staring at this. We have some hype dates coming up. I'm really interested for Thursday, specifically this week. Thursday and Friday. This is kind of also interesting though too, the 2x leverage GME short and long ETF. I kind of feel like maybe I'll look into that and maybe try buying something on that, maybe? I don't know. I'm a little bit nervous about that though. Could cause settlement deferral. Ugh, I'm so tired of that. Alright, I'm gonna stop staring at this now. Tomorrow though, T plus 34 from the $30 run-up of GME. Be interested to see if that produces anything. GME really just not moving. I do think that we'll probably get a bullish power hour. Would like to think that.
Oh man, you need some headphones, bro.
I do feel like if there was any day that they were gonna try keeping it down though, that they could keep it down and still have like proper amount of time, it would be today. So I'm not really sweating.
Stephen
We
Brown
are still holding these higher levels.
said, just found out one guy owns 15x the float of GME.
Gosh, I wonder if it's the guy that I'm thinking of. I mean, I don't really know, but it makes sense to me. That's the thing, is like, we know that there's certain people that own a tremendous amount. And a lot of them have it like DRS'd too, so we should be a lot crazier than we are.
Mahanun said, the non-cat guy?
I'm not sure who you mean.
Stephen Brown said, think Cat Guy has 20x.
Wait, you said 15 times the float. I didn't read that. I read 15%. 15 times is
That's a lot.
ridiculous.
Mahanun said.
Holy crap.
Who has 15x?
That is an insane amount. I wonder if those people have them DRS'd. Because I feel like that's what you gotta do. Just like DRS that huge amount and then go to somebody and be like, yo, fix this. I'm gonna have to become a political activist. I'm telling you. I don't hear anybody going to these people and complaining to their faces about it. I feel like it's gonna have to be me.
Stephen Brown
And waste my time.
said. Don't know him personally, knew popping out just now.
Interesting. That's an insane amount to have. If it's true. I was thinking, I don't know. SPY did just try pushing up a little bit ago. Right back down though. SPY really just not running today. Glad I didn't try playing SPY today, that's for sure. ECC at 0.849. Not too great. Not a lot to read into there though. Nvidia being one of the biggest losers in the market today doesn't make any sense to me. Being down 8% is insane. I almost want to go look and see if Nvidia had particularly bad news, because that's the only way that kind of move makes sense. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
Frozen Vortex said. Unless building an op microcomputer is bad news, then I'm lost XD.
Yeah, right? I'm so lost.
Stephen Brown.
You know, they didn't get bad
said,
news.
I'm going to take a guess, Warren Buffett LOL.
I mean, that could check out. I mean, I don't really know how much he owned of it. I'd be surprised if he bought it and then like sold out already though. I mean, it's not like... I mean, I don't know, maybe. Okay. You know, if we could be going into a real recession. It is kind of projected, so... Gosh, can you imagine though? If we are gonna go into a real recession after this MOAS or after the squeeze, we could really be set up so well to get into some of these at such amazing prices. Still though, I mean, it just doesn't make sense to me that Nvidia, after being as crazy as it was, would go down 7% today when, you know, like Apple went down 3%, Microsoft down 1.4%. Unless somebody truly knows something about Nvidia, like, are we gonna end up finding out that their books really were as cooked as some people speculated? Even AMD's only down 6.26%. I would think that AMD would drop more than Nvidia today. I mean, it's higher. It has more room to drop. So it's just crazy. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe somebody really knows something behind the scenes. Maybe there's something wrong with their Blackwell chips. Maybe they're projected to announce a further delay on them.
Stephen Brown said, I've been saying to sell Nvidia once 130 got hit, it will drop to 75 to 80 then shoot up. 75 to 80. Yeah, I mean I've been pretty bearish when it comes to Nvidia too. But in my head I've been like looking at like the 90 to 100 range. Not to disagree with you at all. I think that 75 is very possible, but yeah, I just, you know, it's just shocking to me that they would drop that much. Over 1 month.
Yeah. Yeah, Neo is certainly not overnight. Absolutely. See if we can figure out anything else that's going on right now in the market. See if anything's particularly moving. Victoria's Secret did end up having kind of a good day.
Stephen Brown said, there will be a number 2 chip very soon, that's why.
You mean a second one announced by them or a competitor? I'm assuming you mean competitor. DJT down to $18 now. My gosh, DJT's selling off so fast. I think a reversal is going to come for the stock,
Brown
but I don't know.
Competition.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Corsair down almost 7% on the day. Gosh, Corsair was doing good the last couple days too. It's a shame. Go check some of the main ones here. Like, it doesn't make sense to me for SMCI to be up 1.2% when it was basically confirmed that they're cooking in their books, and then have Nvidia down 7%.
Stephen Brown said, DJT cost AMC GME all run off Trump.
There it was again. A second message today didn't show up. You think AMC and GME run off Trump? I don't necessarily believe that. But DJT definitely
Stephen
does.
Brown said, the markets are just not real.
They're definitely not real though. That is for sure.
Stephen Brown said, keywords.
STY looking like it wants to sell off more.
Said, algorithm won't display certain words.
Oops, didn't mean to move that. I should probably just get rid of that. I'm pretty sure that's an old bar anyways. Get rid of this one too. I'm halfway tempted to get a little bit of FFIE with it being on the threshold securities list. This is like a really good level compared to where we've been. Be shocked if we went down much more. We are getting kind of a double bottom right now as well. I'd have to sell something though. I'm definitely not going to sell anything for this, but still.
I don't know. Tell me, have I lost my mind? Nowhere to go.
TOVX was crushing it on Friday. I came down quite a bit. How's your portfolio
Stephen
going today?
Brown said,
I am mega loaded
how's
up in
your
GME and
portfolio
AMC.
going today?
I haven't looked at it in a minute. It is down. It was up quite a bit this morning, but ever since GME has been doing its thing, it's been progressively dropping. I'm not sweating it though. So yeah, slightly down today. To be as expected though, because I am almost entirely options. So as expected.
Stephen Brown said, "We always up in the AM."
Yeah, I was up 26% in the AM, and then now down double digits, but not a big deal. It's just, I expect, honestly, I think we'll break 25 tomorrow, so... Or at least, you know, for sure this week, obviously, but... See what happens. Not sweating it one bit.
Stephen Brown said, "Same LOL."
Were you in GME and AMC 3 years ago, or are you pretty new to it? I did want to look at XLU again. Let me go check on that.
Stephen Brown said, "New bro only started investing this year."
Nice. Oh, happy to have you join. That is awesome. Smart on you for making that dive. It's totally going to pay off.
Stephen Brown said, "Never had money in my life until I was 33 LOL."
We're about to have a lot more. Best thing I've ever done? Yo, that's awesome.
Said, "Best thing I've ever done."
That is very awesome. Yeah, made out pretty good 3 years ago. Happy to see it running again. Sort of. GME just about to come up on a double bottom here if it doesn't break through it. Here, we'll put a bar. Give it a little support. Give it something to bounce off of. All right. I guess we gotta do what we gotta do. Sorry that I didn't do this sooner. Oh god, it's actually going down more. There's no way. We'll start putting some lines on the board. Let's see here, what time is that? That's 2:16. Start calling for a proper reversal here. I'd like to think we're gonna get a bullish power hour, so... Still got a little bit of ways to go here before power hour.
Stephen Brown said, "You might be able to make a little coin in WDO. Time your entry."
WTO? I'm actually not too familiar with that one.
"Now, let's track those lines." Darn it, I might have, I didn't really space them out enough. Ah, shoot. Ah, I gotta start over.
I don't like that, dude. I want to delete like one circle, and I right click and it gets rid of all of them. Well, to be fair, it's already going up. I had shown it was going up. Ah, how annoying. I totally had that called. Let's just say that. Totally did. Now it's gonna mess me up. Just spread these out a little bit more here because got a lot of time to cover. We're calling for a bullish power hour. I gotta spread them out. Maybe I should put on the 5. 1 minute candles make this even harder. Gosh, it's a long time. Time we at? We're at... Oh, God, we're at 3 already. Went so fast this time. Alright, that's fine. Currently, it's actually 235. Okay, never mind. I thought that we were in 3 territory already. Oh, it is. Oh, okay, it's 335. Okay, 335.
Keep you close and savor the moment. You raise my hope.
Okay, last 5 minutes. So I really call to break new all-time highs in the last 5 minutes. Not all-time, but I mean intraday highs. Gotta be optimistic, right? Gotta believe in our stock. All right. Something to look forward to, maybe. All right, let me go check out WTO in the meantime. Let's go take a look. What is that? U-Time LTD? 8 cents?
Lee Surgeon
Penny stock?
said, "That we do."
That we do. That we do.
TZ YOLO said, "Only one vertical line up to the sky, please. Rocket, 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 base with tears of joy."
I should have. If only you would have said that sooner. You're right. You're right. That's what later this week will definitely look like, though. Just one big vertical line to the sky for sure. So what do we know about? Ooh. What is that date? 8/28? August 28th, we were $2.50, now we're 8 cents? 5 days ago? What? No, 4 days ago? What? What happened? After the company announced the
Stephen
signing
Brown
of a non-disclosure
says,
agreement with Bowen
"Big
Therapeutics for the
Moonside got
acquisition of Bowen
15,000 at 59.
Laboratory? Company says this acquisition is part of U-Time's strategy to expand into the global vaccine market. Why would this be such bad news? Why would that be regarded as like the worst news on the planet?
Stephen Brown said, they got box mass production.
Yeah, like I don't understand. That doesn't sound like bad news at all. They acquired something so they can expand their business into something that is pressing in the world stage. Doesn't make any sense to take 93% of somebody's wealth away. That's crazy.
Searching for the moments I'm a little less empty inside.
Is that what this is?
Nights 'cause nobody seems to make the
No, it's you time. Okay.
And I don't know how to do this right. No, I don't know.
Here it
Stephen
is.
Brown
That's what I was looking for.
said, reverse split was incoming.
Every now and again,
Did I not go back far enough?
I trace my steps back to that.
That made more sense. Gosh, yeah, I don't understand. In April, though, was that 18 cents? Okay, now it's making a little more sense. Still, though, what a huge run-up that was. 18 cents to 249? That's an insane run. Looking kind of promising, you know, not gonna lie. Looks interesting. Very, very, very low price. You consider that in April was trading at double where it's at now. A couple days ago, we bottomed at 5 cents.
Mahanan said, WDO's volume today, 201,487,678.
Holy cow.
Stephen Brown said, they tried to drop the price to reverse split then buy up the shares, but a leak came out and it got brought by retail.
Huh.
Searching for the moments I'm a little less 25. A little less 25. A little less.
Daily, very red. I mean, who can read into that, though? There's no way you can even read into the daily MACD here after something like that. Of course it's gonna be red. Super oversold on the RSI. 4 hour had just turned up. 2 hours been turned up now for 2 days. Still negative territory, but we're getting closer to positive territory. Super narrow bands. I think it is due for a move. Had a low of like 7.075 for the day. Pre-market high at 0.92. Went up to 13 cents 2 days ago. Yeah, it feels like the potential's there in this one. I'd have to sell out of AMC and GME if I wanted to get any, because I am fully loaded up, so I'm probably not gonna, but definitely looks interesting. I'd be curious if this does have options to it, since it was higher. Probably not, though. I'd be willing to bet it doesn't. 15-minute did just curl up a little bit ago. 15-minute close to positive territory. Interesting. Yeah, definitely interesting. I'll keep an eye on that for sure. There was another message that disappeared. Man, I don't understand. Why is there so many messages disappearing today?
Stephen Brown said, timely entry and grab $50 still make a decent and a good hold.
Yeah, true story though. I just don't want to sell any of my GME names. See, I could probably sell my Siri, but I don't really want to do that either. We'll see though. You know, if I end up selling something in the next couple days, and this is still low like this, maybe I will. Gosh, GME down below $23 now. That's crazy. Just a matter of time, but oof, that does not look great. Time to go up, GME. New intraday low, 22.88. Trying to shake as many people out as possible. Gosh, I should have listened to myself about those options, though. I'm driving myself crazy thinking about that. I hate it. I hate it, man. I shouldn't have let people talk me into it otherwise. Like, it's totally gonna work out fine, but I could have gotten so many more options today if I just would have waited.
Liverpool couldn't test the way me raw sit up quick draw. Him drop and can't get up, him not fast enough for my problem that you never solve. Send for the down race for a firestorm, cause I turn into a monster. Ready for the war, better with your black. None of them boy, they no bad.
Currently 9.1 million volume on the day. Feels like we're not gonna have as much volume as yesterday, but that's okay. Still making new intraday lows right now. They're pushing this down as hard as they can. New intraday low for Nvidia as well, down to 109.05. It's warm. What a day so far. Definitely not the bullish Tuesday we thought we would have yet. This 1 minute's been trying to curl up for the longest time now. I gotta stop staring at GME, it's gonna drive me crazy. Let's go jump around and check out some things. Just to get distracted for a little bit here. Let that price action play out a little bit, let that reversal come to pass. Oh, Load. I used to trade Load a long time ago. Load had a halt at 12.55. I don't see why. It was this right here. That's why it halted. Had a gap up and then a sell off. Interesting. Uptrend, currently on load. Pretty long uptrend, frankly. All the way down to 13 cents. Alright. Let's leave this here. Check that out already. Already know what's coming there. No change on chart exchange. PCC at 0.869, slightly more puts coming into the market from where we were. Reg show, we don't need this anymore. Check out this here for a minute. I need something to distract me from what's going on with this price action. I wonder if this is what you were talking about with the 15 times the float thing? But I thought you were talking about a single person. Let me actually just really quick. Doubt there's been any update on X, but I didn't check all day. Obviously, Roaring Kitty's not gonna have a post. We would definitely hear that. Surprised that there hasn't been a post over here since August 26th. Nothing out of Ryan Cohen, Larry Chang. Larry posts a lot of stuff, but not a lot of helpful stuff. I feel like I always think this is actually DFE, but I think this is a different account. I should just unfollow this one. Yeah, we don't need this. We don't need Elon. I had to bite my tongue, but said what I said. March 28th, 2023. Trying to figure out what's going on with this.
Hi, my name is Annabelle, and welcome to my tea party. Boo. Spooky?
2290 right now for GME. Trying to push back up, really just not making a lot of progress. 2282 intraday low. Insane. I think I bought in around here.
Oh, by the way, have you met Chucky yet?
Yo, what's up, bro?
Alright, chat, I'm gonna be right back. I just need to step away for a moment. I'll be back here soon. I'll leave this up and I'll skip the screamy song. Ah, no man, I'll just be right back.
I see the constellations. They remind me that this life cannot be lost forever. I watch my generation. It's so evident this world will soon be gone. Will soon be gone. Can we live for tonight? Run away. Let's run away, run away. Can we get out of sight? Fly away. Let's run away, run away. Let's run away, see the constellations. They remind me that this life cannot be lost forever. I watch my generation. It's so evident this world will soon be gone. Will soon be gone. Can we live for tonight? Run away. Let's run away, run away. Can we get out of sight? Fly away. Let's run away, run away.
Alright, sorry about that. Just had to go put in a little bit of chicken nuggets in. Starting to get a little hungry here, so 2 p.m. 2:16. We got 43 minutes until Power Hour begins. We have GME starting to push up, almost about to break the $23 mark. Finally, again. Depending on how you look at this, I mean, it's kind of tracking, you know, down and up and on and all that jazz. But we'll see what happens. I don't know, man. Need these to turn around though today. I don't know if I should really expect too much though today. I don't know. I might even be asking too much for Power Hour. In fact, based on how things are going, I don't know. What a shocking turn based on where we were from overnight. Oh, of course, it's tracking.
Mahanan said.
Ugh, this is ridiculous.
Of course it's tracking.
Ugh, I hate this music. So Chewy's been trying to push up today. It did start selling off. You know, theoretically, if GME and AMC are trading, or if GME is trading opposite of Chewy, could be a sign we're gonna get some bullish action.
I just wish he knew.
EOF's making higher lows, starting to push up slightly. VIX up to 19.3 right now. VIX has just been climbing so much. Would have been a great day to take a VIX trade. ChargePoint has earnings at the end of today, was it? No, it must be tomorrow. But this is selling off ahead of time, so that's really interesting. Almost makes me think this would be kind of a good place to buy in. But I'm also kind of expecting them to miss on earnings. So maybe it's just a pre-sell-off. Down 10% on the day, though. Mara's all the way down to 15.22. If you're bullish on Bitcoin, this would be a great pickup. God, that's a lot of lines. Okay. INTC might be dropping back below back below $20 here soon. Not looking good for INTC. AMD right now 138.22, dropping pretty hard. Not looking good for AMD now. Next time we see Wiserman, I'm gonna have to ask him how his portfolio is, because pretty much everything that he told me he had is down quite a lot. Lucid Motors came down to 378. Gosh darn it, man. SoFi even down 5% on the day, back to 760.
I've been trying to fight the demons in my mind. I'll prevail with every battle if I'm right. Guess
A record-setting quarter for American Eagle, and it's sold off from there.
would I be better if I left it all behind? 'Cause we could find a way. We could find a way. Find another place where we can just escape. We could find a way. We could find a way. Find another place where we can just escape. We could find a way.
I wonder if this is just a product of what's coming. Like, you know, GME is just not really running today because they're not really doing too much. Maybe even trying to keep it down and get people to shake people out. But, you know, maybe they just have to sell out of everything to raise the money for what they need. That's what I like to tell myself, at least.
We could find a way. We could find a way. Find another place where we can just escape. We can find
I think I'm going to try putting on that Susan Trimbath thing, even just a little bit, just to hear a little bit of what it sounds like. And maybe I'll make a decision then on whether or not I'll save it for after stream or when I'm laying down, or if I just leave it on. So let me try that really quick. I feel like I lost it. Oh, there it is. I think. I guess well, I don't really need to have this on, but X shows 9:02 stopped by the space. Thank you. If you missed it or couldn't stay for the whole hour, the recording is available using the link below. Presentation starts about 2:30 in.
And speakers. And we can get started. Of course, my internet went down this morning.
Our internet got
So,
shorted.
I'm on my phone, but I will be able to check the
That is really
for
sketchy.
questions and things like that. I'll be able to see if people request to speak. But let me just start by explaining our agenda. So we have kind of 5 things we're going to cover. I will talk about the just fails to deliver. What are they?
Realistically, we got to start climbing here really soon if this is still going to track. I can make an argument that it's definitely been tracking, but I need this to climb a lot from this
Then
point
the
on.
representative, the chairwoman of Exchange Now.
Where's
will talk about
AMDCs? Oh my God, they're
regulations
trying to
with a
silence us.
focus on the EU.
Glad they haven't figured out how to shut me down yet
We
today.
have US, EU, other countries, that sort of thing. EU Parliament, of course, is looking for ideas about the Central Securities
We're green on the 1 minute again.
depository discipline, settlement discipline regime. So there's opportunity to put out comments there. Then I'll come back on and talk a little bit about the impacts on markets, investors, and entrepreneurs. And then we have Florian with us from
I'm just gonna move this
Cellular
down a little bit,
Research.
and it'll look super convincing.
And he is going to talk about some of the academic theories that are out there, and in particular, something that I've noted in my research on bonds, which is the idea that there's just not good data to work with. And then finally, we'll take questions and answers. And I've made note of all the questions that were posted. Plus, I think Lubro is going to, in a minute, is going to be one of our Ask a Question Live. We had a few other people who wanted to ask questions, but we'll see how much time we have. So it's just 11:03 now. We'll go ahead and get started. And then you can, of course, raise your hand, that sort of thing, if you want to.
This is pretty long too, so I'm just going to listen to like 5 or 10 minutes and decide whether or not to keep it on for now.
Overall let's see. Come I have exchange now? I'm trying to get you in there as a speaker. Invite to speak. Okay, so we just exchange now. You just have to accept the speaker request, and then Lubra, I'll get to you in a minute here, or not 1 minute, but more like 30 minutes. Let's get through this material. So the first thing is what's a failure to deliver? FTD is the initials that we use. So it's this kind of backstage at Wall Street thing that they don't teach in the textbooks. And that's that there is a centralized clearing and settlement system. The US has one. We used to have 6 or 7, but they now have a monopoly at the Depository Trust and Clearing Corporation. Europe has several, 6 or 7. Most countries have one. So there was a movement in the 80s to try to consolidate that. So each country would have one place to make it easier to settle some of the cross-border problems. I worked in clearing and settlement, as most of you probably know, in the United States, and then I studied and did some consulting with similar systems in a lot of other countries. The system that we have in the US and the UK, in fact, was exported around the world thanks to groups like the government groups like the United States Agency for International Development. So I worked on a project to help build trade clearing and settlement in Russia. And in fact, that was supported by funding from the United States government. And we worked in partnership with a group from the UK. So those systems, that centralized system is designed to let all the stocks and bonds traded on the exchanges basically to be paid for electronically. And in general, I'm going to talk about stocks, but what we're all saying applies just as well in most cases to all types of bonds, corporate bonds, muni bonds, mortgage-backed securities. It applies to many of the derivatives, but we'll just say stocks to keep it easy. So to expedite this electronic settlement process, this is the exchange of shares for money. That's settling a trade. The system accepts an electronic IOU for the shares until the real shares can be delivered. The money, of course, if a member of a central securities depository fails to deliver money at the end of the day, they are forced to borrow from the central bank. So the money always settles, even if it has to be loaned, because dollars are dollars. But a share of IBM is not like a share of General Motors. And so you can't just go out and borrow General Motors to substitute for IBM. So that's where these electronic IOUs come in. What happens is that this permits the brokers to sell more shares of stock than exist. And the main reason is that there are minimal penalties for failing to deliver shares on time. The central securities depository simply holds that failed to deliver open virtually indefinitely. I mean, the reality is indefinitely. The rules are not indefinitely. The theory is not indefinitely, but the practice certainly is, and that these electronic IOUs can stay open. So the value of the IOUs in the system really started rising dramatically in 2001. Prior to that, it was really a minimal problem. There would maybe be 3 million, let's say maybe $3 million worth of stocks not delivered at the end of the day in the US at the Depository Trust and Clearing Corporation. But eventually it got to be not 3 million, but 6 billion. So you can imagine the magnitude of change it takes to get from one level to the other. And that started happening around 2001. And that really is the core of the problem for both practice and theory, because it means that supply is infinite. I know that you've heard me say this many times. There's no limit to how many shares can be sold because finality of settlement is not enforced. In other words, there's not a clear-cut enforcement in the US and at this moment actually in the EU that says that if you don't deliver the shares in a short period of time, not months and months, but let's say 6 days, maybe because it's supposed to be in 2 days, but then you try to do a buy-in and that fails to deliver and you have some other problems, whatever. But that's not being enforced. So the practice of allowing the delivery of electronic IOUs in place of shares of stock, it's a process that rewards financial manipulation instead of allocating resources to productive uses. The activity that capital markets should be doing, right? There should be an efficient market, allocates resources to their most productive uses. So all the talk that we have really around the world, but certainly in the US, about Wall Street reform or reforming financial markets, it really does all the attempts they're doing right now is to try to centralize more trades into the existing settlement system. And that's the system with the $1 trillion hole in the middle of it. So real reform would actually fix that problem rather than simply requiring that more activity goes through there. We'll talk about X-clearing and all that in a bit. But also or telling you, like giving investors information about what the fails to deliver are. And again, I know you've heard me say this many, many times, that telling me which company's shares are not being delivered doesn't help me as an investor. What would help me is to know which broker is doing that, because every fail to deliver results in a fail to receive. So what one broker does not deliver, another broker does not receive, which means that if that is your broker that didn't receive, you as an investor do not receive the shares. So in reality, no one should be able to sell more shares in a public company as issued, but we've been talking for 20 years about the examples, so I'm not going to go into those. It's a problem in practice. Of course, the theoretical problem is that all financial instruments, stocks, bonds, swaps, whatever, can be sold without any attachment to the real assets. So that damages not only the buyers in the stock market, but also the companies who are trying to raise money that they need to keep delivering services and goods that we depend on them to provide, and to be able to pay the employees who have jobs at those places. I know that Exchange Now is going to talk more specifically about the regulatory changes coming in the EU. I just want to back up a little bit to talk about Reg Show, which started in 04 and finally, and then was amended several times in 06, 07, et cetera. And that's what initially had this grandfather provision that allowed any fail to deliver that occurred before Reg Show was implemented to be exempt from all the closeout rules. And that eliminating that didn't come until 2007. Although even though the compliance date was in 2005, where any fail to deliver that was open before the effective date would have been excluded under this, before this grandfather rule was amended. So recognizing that there are these persistent fails to deliver, I sent comments to the SEC about this amendment to Reg Show that included talking about the economic impact on capital markets, on the structure of the incentives, and on the problems that occur for corporate governance. So I also argued for the role of the states in protecting investors and entrepreneurs, and they are the ones who are damaged by this. The broker-dealers themselves have managed to kind of like, it's not really, they don't really settle the trade, but they kind of settle up some fines and loan agreements between each other. So they're not as damaged by it as the investors are. So first of all, it disrupts market efficiency, right? So economic efficiency is violated when the trades fail to settle, and at the risk of being pedantic or sounding sort of like a professor here, although I am a professor, it's hard not to, I think it's useful to point out that some required elements for efficiency in capital markets are missing in the stock market. So efficiency means, one, resources are allocated to where demand is highest. Two, no seller affects prices. So each seller has the incentive to cut their costs in order to raise their profits, right? Thereby providing for this efficient use of allocated resources. And 3, every buyer pays the same price. And that's what achieves an efficient distribution of resources. You probably already guessed how these are violated in what we call the stock market. So the supply of shares is allowed to exceed demand, right? So that's one way that you have a problem with not allocating resources where they are most productive. The sellers have no incentive to reduce transaction costs because they're not required to complete the transactions. And 3rd, a buyer who purchases shares that go undelivered at settlement has paid a price that is out of sync with the market. So if the payment is taken from the investor's account on T+2 and the share is not delivered until T+13 or worse, there's this distortion across time in profit and incentives. And then I also argued that the economic incentives are poorly aligned under Reg Show. That's an additional reason for eliminating fails would be to make the cost of closing out the fail part of the economic cost of making that trading error, right? If you better align the incentives. The existing penalties for not closing a fail, it's the dollar amounts are minor. So whatever NSCC calls puts in a margin call and makes the broker put additional deposits in their clearing account, that money is still theirs and comes back to them when they reduce their risk, when they reduce their fails to deliver. But it's not money that they've actually paid. And so the cost of failing to deliver is relatively minor, right? I've put the numbers out somewhere. I'm off the top of my head. It's like $2 per trade and 25 cents per share. So it's really, it does not prohibit the participant from failing on a future trade. The real penalty in Reg Show, real penalty, meaning the real one that they put in, although it's not effective, is that it prevents, if a broker-dealer fails to deliver shares for a particular stock, they are prohibited from
Mahanun
making another short
said,
sell on that stock
"This
unless
is way
they
above my
pre-borrow
level of
the
knowledge."
shares.
Face with tears of
That's
joy.
really not much of a penalty. So it's no incentive. It's not a
Yeah, honestly, I feel like right now my brain is just like too fried anyway. I'm not sure which one you're talking about. I assume you mean Susan. But yeah, I feel like my brain's too fried to really absorb effectively. I think that Richard effectively scrambled my brain for a little bit, so I don't think I'm taking as much from it as I could be if I listen to it later. So I'm probably just gonna put that on later.
Mahanun said, "Yeah."
This is crazy about Northern Trust, though.
Said,
I don't even know what to think about
Mine
this.
too.
This is so stressful. This is like another thing that I'm just like, I don't understand at all. I just don't understand. Like, where did all these shares come from? Why do they have so much? Why are we just finding out now? Ugh, so much stuff is frustrating about this. You read that it's a glitch?
Said, "I read that it was a glitch."
I don't understand. I mean, I haven't read. I think I saw something that like a glitch. Somebody mentioned glitch before, but like I don't understand. Where would that glitch come from, and why is it only the meme stocks? Why does it show only the meme stocks are a glitch for this one company? It's not like everybody else glitched.
Somewhere on Reddit, in the comments.
Yeah, I mean, I saw that there was other posts that like were calling it a glitch, and I didn't read those ones. Just another glitch, bro. Yeah, to me, I feel like that's they're just like joking, like, you know, like, we're calling it a glitch.
Said, "Yeah, I totally agree."
I don't know what to think anymore. See, this is why I'm such an advocate for a dividend. Just make them pay the damn dividend. You know, like, enough of this playing around, trying to build the company stuff. If it's gonna cost us $500 million to put out a $1 dividend, let's do that. We have $4 billion. We have over $4 billion. Let's just $1 dividend. Easy. Whoever's doing this gets screwed. Sorry, I'm getting angry thinking about it. Like, I'm just like, Urgh. Because, like, in my mind, you know, like, what the credit line that we had, I don't think the credit line that we had would keep us from having a merger and acquisition. But, you know, I could see them throwing a stink up about a dividend with that credit line open. Maybe I'm wrong about the merger, who knows? But, like, I don't know, I don't know what other answer there is here. Like, okay, yeah, build the company up over many years. I agree with what Skeen was saying earlier, but I'm just going through the thought process in my head right now. It just makes sense to me. You know, if you hate short sellers that much and you have the tools and the money to stick it to them in the fastest way possible, I don't see a world where it would be illegal, you know? I don't see a world where issuing a dividend could result in them being sued for nefarious practices. Doesn't make any sense to me. That's like such like a legal way to sniff out these people. Sorry, I spent a lot of time looking at that. I'm just like frustrated looking at GME price. Here we are pushing up at $23, and then we got instantly shorted down back to $22.81, pushing up again, $22.94. I'm really hoping for a dividend. I don't know what else to hope for. Like, you know, merger and acquisition, that sounds really great. And certainly could be very bullish for the share price, but is it gonna truly squeeze whoever it is that has just an insane amount of money, who has trillions of dollars of money? Just want them. I want these people brought to justice. 60 minutes till power hour begins. 1 hour and 60 minutes till market close. I feel like I need something to distract my brain here a little bit. I'm gonna put something on just for a little bit here. I just gotta distract my brain for a second and like find a reason to stop talking for another moment here. Hold on 1 second. Alright, sorry I got distracted.
He said, I can't believe this game.
Here's a fun video that I really like that probably a lot of you guys have seen, but I just need to put on something here to kind of just clear my thoughts for a second. So I'm gonna put this on. Educational about GameStop. Probably nothing that you haven't heard before, Majanon, but maybe there's somebody else there that did. Like Frozen Vortex was here earlier, DA was here earlier. He'd probably like this kind of thing.
TZ YOLO.
BOF
said.
Coming back to life.
BOF.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Still has to come up and retest these highs, but it definitely is coming back to life. I feel like the likelihood of being able to break through 411 and hit some new highs is certainly there. So that is very exciting. I don't have any of this position though anymore. But very, very exciting that this is happening. EOF, such a crazy find. Such a crazy find. Alright, so I just want to like take care of one thing really quick. over here. So I'm going to put on this video for one moment here, and then
Mahanan
I'll be back
said,
to normal.
It probably will, just cause I don't have it anymore, haha.
Yeah, probably. That's just how it works. That's how it works. Alright, so I'm gonna go ahead and put on GameStop. And I'm gonna put on this video really quick. It's a really fun video. I've watched this video like 5 times because I really like this guy and he has good information, and I share it with people, and yeah, I just need to do something. I need to stop talking for a moment. So here you go. Enjoy.
GameStop thing is still going on.
I bet a lot of you guys have seen this, so I apologize. But maybe somebody out there hasn't, and either way, I gotta get something done.
No idea what this is about or how one stock could have any real effect on impacting ultra wealthy people. I'm down to help. I just need to understand what's going on. I got you, Matt. I'm gonna try to put it all into one video right now. I've made lots of videos about pieces of this, but I'm gonna try to actually explain the real thesis of what's going on and why GameStop very well could affect the entire market, bring down corrupt financial institutions on a big scale. I gotta put my hair up for this one. Okay, don't get scared of charts. We're gonna keep it really simple. When you buy stocks normally, you're buying at a lower price and you're hoping it goes up so you can sell it and make some money, right? Well, there's no rule in the stock market that says you're not allowed to borrow something from someone, right? So you're allowed to borrow shares from your homie. And if you borrow something, you're allowed to do what you want with it, right? I can borrow some shares and then sell them on the market right now. I just have to return them later to make sure that homie gets his shares back, right? So you're allowed to do this thing called short selling, where you borrow some shares from whoever right now, and you sell them at the market right now, hoping actually the price will go down. And then later you'll buy some and return them to your homie. And you actually make money because you return them for less money than you actually made when you sold them in the first place. So short selling is this thing where you can bet the market will go down, and it's like taking out a loan, and when the market goes down, then you close out the loan and you make some money. You have to pay a little interest to keep that loan open, but you can make a lot of money doing that. Especially if you see a company that's obviously gonna die because it's a failing business model and you wanna make some money while it dies. But you'd wanna be really careful, because if you have all these loans open and you're paying interest to keep your loans open, you're hoping the price goes down, but then it starts to go up a lot, you could lose a lot of money because you'd have to buy them all back at a higher price to pay back your loan, and you had to pay interest to keep your loan open. And prices can go up infinitely, theoretically. So short selling is pretty dangerous, and everyone knows that. And back in the 90s, all these rich people at Bain Capital, like Mitt Romney, they realized that they can actually take companies down from the inside and basically loot a company from the inside, take all its money, give it to them and their buddies, the shareholders, and then bankrupt it and leave. And there's not really any consequences. You just buy into the company, buy a bunch of shares, get yourself on the board, take it over, start hiring people that'll do what you want, mismanage it, do a bunch of buybacks so the money gets paid back out to you and the shareholder buddies. And you can really just mismanage the company into the ground and basically loot it for all it's worth. And when it goes bankrupt, it's like, oh, well, whoopsies, it was destined to fail. We'll just move on to the next company, whatever, my mistake. And they made billions of dollars doing this to Toys R Us. And everyone else was looking around like, damn, that was a pretty solid strategy, Bain Capital. Maybe we could do that to some other companies. And this was just after the .com bubble happened. And so there was this whole internet thing. Amazon was on the rise. And everyone kind of realized, there's all these retail stores out there that are probably in big trouble, like Blockbuster and Sears and GameStop, companies that are bound to fail. So why don't we make them fail faster and profit off of that? Plus, it turns out that these dudes that work at places like Bain Capital that can take these places down from the inside out, turns out they have a lot of friends in the market that like to short sell. And the thing about supply and demand is when I'm borrowing thousands and thousands and thousands of shares and selling them into the market right now, all that selling actually makes the price of the stock go down, because when everyone's selling something, it gets valued less. But when everyone wants to buy something, the value goes up, right? So short selling actually makes a stock's price go down. And these guys realize that you like to make money when stocks go down, and I like to make money when companies get destroyed. And when we do those both at the same time, everybody wins. Except the company, of course. And then it turned out they were like, hey, we both know a lot of people in the mainstream media that like to report on failing companies. The kinds of reports that make investors scared and make them want to sell a stock. And they realized they kind of had the dream team for bankrupting companies, and they could all make money on the way down, and no one would ever stop them because it's kind of legal. And it actually started to work so well that they started to get really greedy, and they started to naked short sell, which means like no one's checking if we're even borrowing these shares that we're borrowing in order to short sell. So why even borrow them? We can just short sell shares and say we borrowed them, and the company's going to go bankrupt anyways. And when it does go bankrupt, we don't even need to pay that loan back because there's no shares to give back. They're gone. And fun fact, it's all tax-free money too, because there's no company the shares are gone. Free money. So some of them got really greedy and started selling without even borrowing the shares in the first place. But we'll come back to that in just a second. Because the other thing that's important to realize about the stock market is it's like this big casino game now. So it's not like the big boys aren't just playing with like a share of a company. They're playing with these things that are called derivatives, which is like leveraging your assets to take out loans to like make big plays, big gambles. So they use all these special kinds of contracts where like they put up collateral in order for their bank or whoever to let them trade on a whole bunch of extra money they don't really have, but they've got collateral. So if it starts to go sideways, the bank can just take their collateral and it's all safe. But like this way, I can trade with 100 times the money of what I actually have. It's called leverage. And all these different tricks, they're called derivatives. And they let these big players gamble with huge positions in the market. And so this now, when the stock moves by $1, they're leveraged 100x. And so if the stock goes up by $1, they can make like 100x $1. Or if the stock goes down, vice versa. And this derivatives market has gotten really big, like hundreds of trillions of dollars worth of these weird bets just all over the market. These are the top banks. It's like JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, their names are over there. And this is in millions of dollars. So we're talking $49 million. That is $49 trillion worth of these derivative bets open with just JP Morgan, the biggest bank. But the thing about these derivatives is they all have collateral backing them up, right? And the thing they use for collateral, they're not like you and me. It's not like they're putting up their car for collateral. They're putting up their other assets. So over here, they're going to be trading these assets on that collateral. And over here, they're trading the collateral on these assets. And so the whole market is now tied together by all these big financial institutions trading trillions of dollars worth of stocks that they don't actually have.
Over leveraged hedge funds.
Based on collateral that they're trading for trillions of dollars worth of stock over there. See what I mean? So like if they fuck this one up, then that one gets fucked. There's all these dudes doing this like kind of
Nvidia is
criminal
getting wrecked.
shorting businesses out of existence scheme in the market, kind of in secret. And they've been targeting GameStop for years now. Ever since 2014, the stock was on this endless ramp down. They were short selling it while they had infiltrated it and were mismanaging the company from the inside out. Amazon was licking its lips.
That's the part
ready
that
to
should
take
really
over the
be
video game
illegal.
online industry.
Mismanaging from
And
the inside
people
out is
doing all this short
ridiculous.
selling also have all these other crazy bets open all over the market.
Not like everything else
If any of
shouldn't
them go
too.
wrong, a whole lot of things go wrong. And then out of nowhere, this random dude that would like live stream to 4 people about his investment thesis noticed that GameStop had a lot of short sellers, and it wasn't necessarily a bad company. In fact, it had a future if it turned around. And then this really savvy businessman
Thank
came
God I
and
took some
over the
profit
company
this
and
morning.
started turning it around.
Not a
And
lot,
he kicked out all the
unfortunately,
bad
but my
people
spy
that
puts
had been
printed
trying to mismanage it
500%.
to death.
That is
and
awesome.
Suddenly, all the people that had just spent years and years short selling millions and millions of shares, and all those loans were still open because they were expecting it to go to zero and they wouldn't have to pay them back. Suddenly, the price is going up and they're all in trouble. Because the thing is, when the price goes up, and one of the other people that's short selling the company gets scared and closes out their trades, they have to buy all those shares back to get out of that, right? Because they borrowed and sold, so now they have to buy and give them back. But all that buying makes the price go up even higher. And there were a lot of people short selling this thing. And in fact, they had short sold it so much that they couldn't afford to buy it all back once the price started going up that high. I mean, it was down to like 50 cents, and they were opening short sales at 50 cents. Today we're at what, $60 times millions and millions and millions of shares that you have to buy back? Each one will make the price go up, and the whole stock market is tied together by all these crazy financial derivatives, and everyone's balance sheets are actually kind of sketchy in the first place. Yeah, and we all realized that all we have to do is buy the shares and just hold on to them because these guys need to buy them from us in order to close their trades out. Whoopsies. And you know, the more we thought about it, the more we realized, no, I don't really want to sell. Fuck you. So then they tried to trick us into thinking that they had already closed their positions and it was all over. And we were like, I'm pretty sure you're lying, dude. So we just held on for years. And it turns out we were right. Shorts never closed. And now we've all got the shares that they need in order to close. And you know, I still don't want to sell. Fuck you.
I like to watch that whenever I get frustrated in the market and I might get close to maybe losing hope. Just reminds me, you know, I've been holding on for a long time. A lot of people been holding, and they're still trapped. So kind of a neat video. I imagine probably a lot of you guys saw it before, but I just needed a break there and didn't really have something else to put on, so I just thought I'd put that on. We have 3 minutes until Power Hour begins. GME currently trading at 22.93. Not looking too hot. We are making slightly higher lows, though. That's about the best that I could say about what's going on right now. 5 minute did just curl up a little bit ago, so hopefully we'll continue to gain here. The 1 minute is now in positive territory. Looks like it's really close to curling back down to red, but we are in positive territory in the green. Like to think we're going to continue some bullish action here for this next hour.
Something about you feels so different.
Ah.
Yeah, you mess me up inside. It's like your energy was kissing my soul back to life, was living now.
These are the worst days.
Yeah, you're gone without a trace. You left me where no one can find me. There's no sign of life out here. I scream and it goes silent. I fight so hard, but I can't.
Gosh, AMC down to 468 as well. Absolutely crazy. E-Lab is also making higher lows, slowly pushing back up. FFIE is still getting pushed down really hard. It's officially Power Hour, 1 hour remaining. Very oversold on the 5 minute right now. Nvidia might be starting to get a bounce here, who knows? 108.84 currently. Starting to look a little green.
Said.
Yeah, welcome back, DA. You got your license. Don't sweat it, brother. You can take it again in a week. Just playing. Yes, sir.
Said. Yes, sir.
Awesome, awesome. Good job. Good job. Glad to hear you didn't hit anything. Gosh, there's nothing that I'm like even dying to look at today. It just feels like such an off day. Down to 552. Nuts. You trying to game today, DA? I'm not sure if the market's ever gonna make sense to me. You know, like, for considering how many things are down today, but SMCI is positive, just doesn't make sense to me. I mean, they're saying that the information that was out was fake, so I guess that kind of explains it a little bit. Nvidia starting to come back to life here, 109.20. Could be a sign that the overall market is going to start reversing now. SPY not really pushing to the upside though yet. Neither is GME. I gotta go grab my my food. I'll be back.
Mahanun said, "Why the two Webull windows?"
Artificial love, we just make it up, 'cause reality will never be good enough. And even if it was, we just mess it up, 'cause we already lost, addicted to the rush. I never meant to fall, all I wanted was a touch of artificial love. We just make it up, 'cause reality
my bad. Yeah, that you want.
even if it was, we just mess it up. Artificial love.
Got to change that back.
Artificial love, we just make it up, 'cause reality will never be good enough. And even if it was, we just mess it up, 'cause we already
Freaking GME, man.
addicted to the rush. I never meant to fall. All I want
55 minutes left in the day. Are we gonna get a push up here in the end? Are we gonna get a bullish close? I don't know.
never meant to fall. All I wanted was a touch, artificial love.
I mean, realistically, there's potential we could just have a bearish week. I don't really think that's gonna happen, but the potential is there for a completely bearish week. We do not have earnings until next week, so it's possible that they'll keep it down until we can actually get like a true catalyst. So we'll see.
How can you know what's in our mind, when in between the good and bad there's such a thin line? How can you know what's in our heart, when often hate motivates and love tears you apart? Artificial love. Artificial love. Artificial love, we just make it up, 'cause reality will never be good Artificial love. Artificial love.
Novavax, one of the few actual winners on the day. Interesting. Been wondering when Novavax was going to turn around. Victoria's Secret ended up retracing all of its gains. I feel too distracted today. Need GME to do something.
Mahanan said, I feel the same way.
Yeah. Like, you know, frankly, I'm just like trying to just get through today. I'm just trying to power through this last little bit because it's a rough day today. Rough day. Not the day we set out to have. I'm not sweating it. Like, I really, you know, fully believe in earnings and all that coming up. Fully believe in GME. Probably having a bullish week towards the end. But God, I just need today to be over.
Mahanan said, everyone have been hyped this weekend, so I've really looked forward to today.
Yeah. Like I tried tempering my expectations, and I was setting myself up for not expecting a squeeze today, but I still thought it would be a bullish day. You know, I was like, okay, still positive price action. This is ridiculous. You know, one thing though that I was kind of excited about, thinking about when I was listening to Richard Newton, is him talking about the significance of quarterly OPEX tailwinds, which is what this one would be. It would be a quarterly OPEX tailwind. Unfortunately, on his chart, he does also have it listed that
Mahanan,
it could have a...
I need the hope, but it still sucks, grinning face with sweat.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. But yeah, on the chart, you know, it does say that there could be a settlement deferral because of the holiday, but I'm just gonna hope that's not the case. There is, you know, it's a quarterly OPEX tailwind. It makes me pretty excited for the second half this week. But regardless, I'm so sure that next week we're gonna get some really bullish news and bullish action out of GME, regardless of whatever happens this week. But I think that the potential to get something large is there in the second half of this week.
I tried for you.
I don't understand.
Lee Surgeon said, sometimes it feels like everyone is just coming up with new ideas when the idea that got everyone hyped up fails.
I feel that. I feel that a lot. And now you're always just trying to figure out what the next date is. But there is, you know, at least good theories and intelligence behind it a lot of the time.
Lee Surgeon,
Even if it doesn't work out.
said, cause the things people write about now have always been there, but it's not until now that they talk about it.
GME, by the way, larger candle now. Kind of tracking, kind of. Back above 23. Yeah, I get what you're saying there, though. I think that, you know, a lot of it, I think, is just like trying to figure it out. Trying to understand the markets, because there isn't transparency. But I do get what you're saying, though, for sure. Why does it say 2302 there and 23 on the left? That's driving me crazy. Oh, there we go. There it was.
Lee Surgeon said, agree on the intelligent part.
I think the fact that people are talking about it so much is a part of the problem, though. You know, if the hedge funds are going, all right, well, we gotta do such and such by this date, and then, you know, they notice that everybody notices that, then, you know, they're inclined to kick the can down the road a little bit.
Lee Surgeon said, I understand that, but why not present everything at once?
I think if I understand what you're saying, it sounds like, I think that the answer is that it'd be like a novel, it'd be like an essay, just a really long essay. Whereas, you know, if you think about how long some of the tinfoil ends up being on Superstonk, it just tremendous amount of typing in one post. At least I think that's what you're saying. Yeah, though I don't know.
Lee Surgeon said, it's still an essay if you put every idea together.
I think it's more of like people find bits and pieces and attach themselves to it, thinking that that is the answer, not realizing that it just isn't, and that there's so much more to this than anybody realizes all along. But I don't know. GME right now testing $23. Would love to think that we're gonna use this as support and start springboarding up from here.
Lee Surgeon said, sure. I think so too, but at the same time it's not like quarterly earnings just now became a thing.
Well, just for the record, if you're referring to what I was just talking about, I was talking about quarterly OPEX tailwinds, not quarterly earnings. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Lee Surgeon said, sorry, tailwinds.
Okay, just making sure we're on the same page there. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it wasn't really something that he was particularly hyping up, though. He just kind of had mentioned it when he was talking about the data, about how in the past the quarters were more significant than some of the others. So
Lee Surgeon
I don't know.
said, I love Richard as much as the next one and I appreciate everything he does.
I don't know. I think I might love him more. Not that it's a competition, but I got a lot of love for that man. GME coming back to life though. 2308 right now. Kinda tracking. A little bit. Let's hope this keeps following the line for the rest of the day. That'll make me happy. No, you can't do that. That's not allowed. Stop teaching him tricks, Majanone.
Said, I love him one more time than you can say grinning squinting face.
No, because your love is split. You see? You got your love for Majanone, you got your kids, you probably got pets. No. My love is straight at him. I got nothing else. Family and Richard. And you guys. Not the same. Cheat? That's what I'm saying. Yeah, call it like you see it. Big cheat. I can't.
Lee Surgeon said, yeah, a cat.
2315. Tracking.
NDZ.
Sorry. I think my chicken nuggets almost came back up. I thought you said and DZ. Sorry, just ignore me.
Lee Surgeon said, tracking. And if not, you can always. Mahanun said, just change the end and still be right. Face with tears of joy.
It's looking good so far though.
Said, face with tears of joy. Face with tears of joy.
Sorry, I'm trying to eat these nuggets, but they're like spicy nuggets. Never had spicy nuggets before. It's a new thing I just bought, and I'm kind of like dying inside. I keep having a drink now. That's what I'm saying.
Lee Surgeon said, face with tears of joy. Lee Surgeon said, sounds delicious.
They really are hitting the spot though. They really are. Just I have to eat them so slow. My mouth is kind of burning.
Mahanun said, now you should have that milk.
That milk. I actually stopped drinking milk a long time ago. I used to love milk when I was a kid. I used to love like cereal and Oreos and milk. I remember at some point, I got grossed out by milk. I still like milk products like cheese and ice cream, but for some reason, like I just, when I think about drinking milk, I don't drink a lot of milk anymore. Still love cereal though. 23-23. GME doing good right now.
Mahanun said, milk helps for everything. Smiling face
for
with
everything. Getting that bullish power hour we were hoping for so far. I really want this to continue. Really would love to end positive on the day. What is positive on the day? Let's see here. Something like this. 2347. We're really close. Really close to going positive on the day.
All access when I walk in the club.
Gosh, this must be crazy for you guys at home. Seeing some guy just draw lines on the screen and it just starts tracking
milk
it.
And cookies, milk and spicy food, milk and chocolate, milk when the stomach is upset. You name it, There's a milk for everything face with tears of joy.
Milk and vodka. Let's just put this here. Yeah, this is one more what I meant right there. There we go. That's what I meant. Yeah, that's what I meant the whole time. I should have just did this at the start of the day. I don't know why I waited so long. Why I always wait so long to put lines on the screen.
You're getting used to the divine tracking path, smiling face with hard eyes.
I just feel like I gotta sprinkle it out there. You know, I see the path in my head, but you know, I don't wanna spoil the fun. It's like telling you how the movie ends. You know, tracking. And I don't want to be that guy that spoils the movie for everybody every time. You know what I mean? Like, I like to leave you guys be surprised.
Mahanun said, "Right, you need to do it sooner."
We might start tomorrow off with a line. Maybe. I'll think about it. I'll sleep on it tonight. Kind of ruined the movie, though, you know?
Mahanun said, "Understandable, but don't forget that the price follows your lines."
Yeah, doesn't know what to do. Just starts falling apart when I don't have it on the screen. My mistake there. We probably could have already mooned if I just would have done this earlier. Sorry, maybe tomorrow though. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe we'll make the moon happen. Is SPY reversing yet?
Mahanun
Nope.
said, "So true."
What about Amy? What's Amy up to? Oh my gosh, Amy's almost coming back to life as well. Almost. Still only 470. I hate looking at AMC, frankly. I know this thing's gonna run eventually, but like looking over and seeing a 3-cent change all the time is so annoying. It always looks like more than it is, but it's literally 3 cents. Let's go, Jimmy. Keep on pushing up, though. You're almost to positive territory in the 5-minute chart. 1 minute is starting to curl down, though. We did just get overbought. Just cooling off for the time being, though. 35 minutes left in the day, left in Power Hour. I'd like to think we're going to go positive by the end of this day. Calling for positivity. Let's go refresh some things while we're at it.
Lee Surgeon said, "Who called our WDO? I missed the thoughts on that one. Is it a good buy?"
Yeah, so that was, Steven earlier. I think his name is Steven. And that is looking like a good buy. Yeah. Well, it's looking like an interesting buy.
Said, asterisk out.
I mean, it's definitely showing bullish action. It's definitely making higher lows. Definitely has a, you know, it's showing signs of trying to spike up recently. It definitely has literally dropped 93% recently. They're just bonkers. So I do think that the potential's there in this one. If I had free capital, I would probably have gotten some.
When to buy and sell.
Oof. I mean, like, personally, if I were looking at this, I would think that, you know, this is a fine place to buy. If you wanted to be a little safer, I I'd say that, you know, right around like 7 cents even is about the safe spot.
Lee Surgeon.
But I don't really know a lot about the stock, just for the record, but I'm
if
just...
you had free capital?
Yeah, if I had free capital, I would probably just buy into this now personally. But that's me, you know, I hate to... I get too nervous, like, trying to wait for, like, a penny drop. If I believe that it's gonna go to 13 cents, like, I'd rather just get in and not have to worry about paying attention, hoping for that drop and maybe missing it. But in terms of, like, potential... It's really annoying that I can't scroll back a little bit. Here we go. Ugh, it's so hard to do.
Lee Surgeon said. And when would you sell?
I'm trying to get to that answer here. It's like impossible to get. If I do it like this. Okay. Let me just start putting some bars on to make this easier on myself.
Lee Surgeon said. The Bollinger Bands are really tight.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they're super tight on this one.
Gaming said.
Yo, what up, John?
Well, I didn't think I'd have any time today, but even though I'm not sure when I'll have to go, I guess I'll hop in now and see how long I last. LOL.
Yo, what's up, brother?
Said. Hi there, Wolfie.
Wolfie in the house. How is the finest driller that I've ever known doing?
Close your eyes.
Ain't a finer driller ever known to man than this guy right here. You need somebody to drill a hole and a giant mound of dirt? Call this guy.
Mahanan said. Always nice to have you here, Wolfie boy.
True story, though.
Lone Wolf Gaming said. I'm doing pretty well. I just promoted my driller yet again yesterday, rolling on the floor laughing.
Good job, brother. Good job. You're gonna have to make me level up my dude here soon. Alright, I'm putting like a ridiculous amount of lines on this thing, but it's just because I don't want to have to come back and look at this over here again. It's such a hassle to like deal with that giant 93% down. Makes it so hard to see things. Why am I having such a hard time doing this? Why does it look it makes my bar jump? There we go. I think we're good there. Alright, last one. Let's go see what we got. Okay, give me a second. Just promote on my driller again. Yo, that's awesome, John.
Lee Surgeon said.
Oh, you know what?
Sounds like the best driller there is. Lone Wolf Gaming said. I think the promotions go from bronze to silver to gold to platinum to diamond to ruby, and to graduate out of a tier you have to get 75 levels, 3 promotions. I think the promotions go from bronze to silver to gold to platinum to diamond to ruby, and to graduate out of a tier you have to get 75 levels, 3 promotions.
That's so much, I just turned off the text-to-speech for a second here just so I can get this out, and then also this one other thing I just remembered that I kind of wanted to talk about today. But let me just get this out of my head here really fast. Whoa, where did those just come from? These weren't here a moment ago, were they? I feel like something just messed up. Oh, wait, no. These weren't here a moment ago. Were they? Maybe they were. Maybe. Oh, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's fine. No, it did. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. All right, so we're at 8 cents right now. You know, there's so many different points of resistance on the way up, but it really is looking like it should try with a proper push up here soon. Our last spike was up to Oh, let's go back here. Our recent spike was up to 9 cents. So, I mean, even that alone, that's over 10% gain. It's not bad, you know, like 10 or 15% gain. But we did have a spike a couple days ago up to 13 cents. And then I have another one here at 11. Those are very reasonable, conservative price targets that very reasonable to think that it's going to get those. I could say, in my opinion, I feel very confident that we're going to at least retest this one. Anything above this makes me Why do I keep having new lines appear? I'm literally trying to scroll my chart and this line appeared out of nowhere. Sorry. Where did all these come from? I'm sorry. Moving on. I think my stuff is messing up. I know I didn't put this many lines down here. It doesn't matter though. So I think that there's a lot of potential in this one to actually retrace. In fact, I'm kind of curious if this one's on the threshold securities list. I don't think it is because there was another line. I don't understand. There's another one. What the freak is happening? Why does it sometimes scroll and sometimes puts a line? I don't understand, but it's really upsetting me. All right, I'm sorry. I'm going to stop talking about it. But in terms of other price targets, it looks like, 55 cents is a possibility. Being very conservative here. It's not even retracing 50% of the losses. If we were to do that, 67 cents or 74 cents. It really just depends on how risky you would want to go, but I would personally think that, 27 cents is a very conservative estimate, compared to where we've been. But, 13 cents, that'd be about 50% gains. Wait, no, that's not right. 60%, 50, somewhere between 50 and 60%. So that'd be really great. I'm just going to delete all these. I can't leave them there. They're all messed up. Okay, I'm not going to delete them all, but I really don't know what's going on with my lines. It's really upsetting me there. So hopefully that was kind of helpful, though. I really don't know a lot about the stock. I don't really understand why it sold off 93% of its value in 5 days. That's super insane to me. But I do think there's a lot of potential there. It's putting more lines. I'm trying to scroll my chart and it's putting more lines. I literally have to delete these. Like, I can't even trust these lines anymore. I don't know which ones are right and which ones are wrong. So hopefully that was helpful. I just got to get rid of those for now. Trust all your lines. Thank you. Thank you. I did want to say one last thing. Hold on. Let me catch up in chat here before I forget anything. I live and breathe, Driller. Yeah, you're going to have to carry me through some more games here soon, John. Let's see here. That was a lot of lines. Yeah, it was so many. But I really do feel very good about the potential of this stock. Again, if I wasn't completely spent into stuff today, I probably would buy into it. I wanted to talk a game today, and since we're waiting on GameStop to actually do something, I think that maybe this would be a great opportunity. GameStop down to $23 right now. We're still holding this level. I think if we can hold this level as support, we will continue to push up here. I would love to think that we're going to push into a bullish close here. Which, I mean, we're kind of tracking for the most part. I mean, yeah, a little bit. But anyways, I wanted to show something today. It's video game related. So, not exactly what we're going for in this stream, but frankly, I just need something to distract me today. I think we all kind of need something to distract us from this. So if it's okay, I was going to talk about this. I wanted to point this out to Lay Surgeon to see if he would be interested in this game. because it could be something fun we could play together. And then I also, since John's here too, I don't think I showed John yet either. And I'd really just like for you guys to see this game that I'm really excited about. I was gonna put on a video for it that has kind of like somebody else doing commentary on it, but that is a little longer, so I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna put on the gameplay trailer for it really quick, if that's okay. I hope you guys don't mind. I don't really tend to do very much gaming stuff on here, but I just need something to pass the time here, because game stuff's not cutting it for me right now. This should only take like 5-ish minutes, and then we'll be right back to stocks. But this is kind of a neat game that I came across this last week that's coming out later this month, and I'm so incredibly excited for it, and I don't get excited for games that often anymore. So when I saw this, I'm like, oh my god, I want to buy that. I want to talk my friends into playing this with me because it looks incredible to me. So, you know, knowing that I'm having trouble pulling it up. Am I stupid? Oh, I am stupid. I think it's forever. There we go. Knowing that you like Rust and John likes games, it felt like this is a good crowd to show this to. So this is only a 4-minute video. I hope you guys can just kind of understand that I'm just passing the time here. It's just kind of one of those days. But this comes out in 3 weeks, less than 3 weeks, and it's less than $30, which for a game that looks like this quality, I'm so excited for it. This is a 4-player cooperative shooter extractor horror kind of thing. And I'm really like into the extraction genre lately, so I'm just gonna stop talking and I'm gonna put this on. It's called The Forever Winter, and it looks incredible to me. Enjoy.
War, famine, destruction, death. The year is 20XX. Welcome to the future. The Forever Winter is a 4-player sci-fi tactical survival horror shooter that takes place in a future where massive armies are skinning the bones of our once beautiful Earth. You are a scavenger, lovingly referred to as a scav. Within this combat ecosystem, you assume the role of looter and survivor. Trapped between 2 warring military factions of the future, each with their own objectives. Outgunned, undersupplied, and constantly under attack, you must rely on cooperation and cunning to survive even minor enemy contact. Situational awareness is key in this world. Stop, look, and listen. Trigger discipline will save your life. A target missed is a bullet wasted, and not every battle is one worth fighting. Only kill what you can loot and get away with. Every time you open fire, you are ringing the dinner bell. Make it worth it. Welcome home, deep down in the guts of the city. Refugees seek shelter here, and they choose your level because you have one of the few things that matter. Water. H2O brings traders, shops, and allied mercenaries that have your 6. If you want to survive, you'll need to pick up jobs from the 2 warring factions. Be smart about the jobs you take. The more a faction controls a sector, the more heavy units they will deploy, and the more dangerous it becomes. The more jobs you do, the more jobs you'll get, and the longer you'll keep everyone alive. No one gets by in this world all on their own, so don't be afraid to help others when you can. Donation stations are made available where high-level vets can share gear with low-level baby scavs. You were in their shoes once, too. Here you can customize your rig, an innovative modular platform that grants you advanced abilities. Pneumatic jump allows you to quickly traverse rough terrain and reach hard-to-get drops. Turrets allow you to shred, at least for a short time. And scanners allow you to scout ahead to plan your route. You want guns? You've got them. Modify and upgrade your firearms for the jobs you take. Always remember, the more gear and ammo you bring in, the less you can carry out. So spec accordingly. Once you're kitted up, It's time to enter the macro city of Lost Angels. Megastructures meant to house millions lie vacant, while automated underground factories churn out war machines by the minute. As the war rages and destroys the world by day, AI-driven machines nicknamed the Night Shift rebuild by night. Recovery units stalk the streets, dragging the wounded and the dead to be harvested for their organs. Learn your surroundings, avoid patrols, and maybe you can make it out alive. Every job has rewards and consequences. The details matter. Make sure to dig into the intel thoroughly before heading out. Missions may include sabotaging faction facilities, collecting debts, and good old-fashioned MDKs. No matter how easy you think the job is, don't get complacent. Things can change at the drop of a casing. If by some chance you find something of real value, you will be hunted, and the factions will send bosses that far exceed your fire team's capabilities. Take note of their weaknesses and plan your strategy to take them down. Even fully geared, it will require coordination, teamwork, and a bit of luck. There are only 3 types of scavs: the fast, the smart, and the dead. So don't be ashamed to retreat if the fighting gets too hot. Remember, there are no heroes here. Just a few men and women running around in the dark with half-empty magazines. Forever.
Alright, yeah, so I'm not sure if that's your cup of tea, Surgeon, or if that looks good to you or not, John, but I'm just trying to recruit as many people as possible for this. I'm very excited. I think that this looks like a really fun game to me that I could play with my community and things, and so I was really, really excited for it. I feel like I've been waiting months to find another game that I've been excited for, and I haven't really found one that I knew was coming out recently, or like soon, except for that one, so very, very excited for that. Comes out in 3 weeks, and it's less than $30, and so it looks like it's going to be a high-quality game. I did see some reviews of people talking about it who actually got to play the beta as well, and they say that it's just as advertised, plays well, still needs some content, still in early access a little bit, but just has a lot of potential. So just wanted to put that on your guys' radar, because I'm just trying to see if I can get more people to play that with. I think it looks like it'll be a blast with friends. So never saw any snow. Oh, it's coming. It's coming. It's there. You just gotta wait. They didn't want to spoil all of it, GME right now pushing up slightly. 2304 did come down to 2295 and bounced off that. So that was our anticipated dip that we had here. Is sort of closed beta test. Yo, Geeko Gadgets! I haven't been playing games lately, but I might look into playing Path of Exile too. Yeah, I heard Path of Exile is releasing their stuff here soon, or like a beta for that. I don't really know exactly what's going on with Path of Exile, but I was interested in playing that as well. I did like Path of Exile a little bit, and I was a big Diablo fan in the past, so let me know if you ever want to get into that, Geeko. Just trying to get as many people on board as I can. I might even, if like a big squeeze happens, I might even just buy a bunch of copies and give them out to my friends, maybe. So we'll see. Doesn't look like your cup of tea. Okay, yeah, no problem. I just thought I'd ask. Wasn't sure, with the rustness, it kind of fits with Rust, but at the same time it doesn't. So just thought I'd see. Figured it gave me an opportunity to not stare at GME again for another moment. So yeah. SPY hitting new lows here, 550, crazy. SPY really selling off today. Novavax, whatever. We got 14 minutes left in the day. I would love to go positive today. We are not doing so hot at the moment. But let me get the music going. Not for you either, TZ YOLO. Fair enough. I'm more of a PvP player usually myself, but I figure like a PvE something like that with some of my friends would be really nice. SPY finally went into the 540s. Just broke below 550. Wonder what that means for Nvidia. Nvidia down to 107.29. Crazy red day in the markets. Crazy red day. I'm really thinking that this could be them like taking profits, trying to pull money out because they're gonna have a lot to pay for with GME. I really feel like the potential's there for that. So we'll see. That's alright. All you gotta do, John, is hope that GME squeezes. Frankly, if GME squeezes to a level that I would like it to squeeze to, meaning like 16 above, I would be happy to buy it for you. If you thought that you would like it. You know, if not, I don't want to force anybody into it, but I'd be happy to get that for you, John. So we'll see. "12 minutes left in the day. We can do this. We can do this, Jimmy. Push on up, buddy." Let me just put this down here. Let me just move this where I intended it to move it. You see? You see? And perfect. And then this one was I think it moved earlier when I was like moving my stuff around. There we go. Perfect. Now that's about right. But yeah, I feel pretty good. I mean, honestly, I think that GME will squeeze. Well, I don't even think GME's gonna squeeze, but you know, some people are calling for GME to only go to like $40 or $45, which, you know, I'll make a lot, but it isn't like I really want to start spending a bunch on video games if it only goes to $40 or $45. But if it goes to 60 or higher, I will happily start opening the wallet a little bit. Wait, what? Boss? You missed the rest of the sentence. Oh, I'm sorry. But I'd love to try that with the— Oh man, I'm sorry, I did only read the first little bit, and I was like, oh, that's sad. Okay, no problem. Let me turn them back on speech chat, dude. I'm dyslexic or something. Alright, speech chat's back on. I can't handle reading by myself. I don't know why. Thank you for telling me. I'm so hype. If you think that, if you think you might want to, I mean, honestly, I'll make the same offer for you too. You know, if GME goes to 60, I'll get your copy for you, or higher, 60 or higher. I would love it for. I personally wanted to go to like 80 or higher, which I think is very plausible. So I'll happily get you a copy if I can. I mean, frankly, if it goes to like 80, I'm gonna get like 10 copies and give them to my friends. So you might as well secure 2 of them to you guys and maybe some other people. 10 minutes left in the day. Can we get something to happen, Jimmy? I'm sorry about that. I need to do better.
Lee Surgeon.
I really am like dyslexic though. I don't know what my problem is.
You're too nice. But I'd love to pay for it just to get to play with you guys, Red Heart.
I mean, I still gotta follow through with the Rust thing too. Just saying, but we're waiting for you to tell me that you really want to like pull that trigger. I know you're busy, man.
Said. I just pretty much missed everything you just said for the past few minutes cause my mom was talking with me, lol.
Oh man, that's too bad. I was saying that you had 30 seconds to take me up on me uninstalling every game but Deep Rock Galactic, and then I'll just be a full-time Deep Rock Galactic streamer, but you didn't say it in time. Maybe next time. I might offer again in a couple years. Goofy. Come on, GME, push this up. I want to end positive on the day. I don't think I'm asking too much.
Lone Wolf Gaming.
I was saying though, John, if I would be happy to get you the game if GME squeezes.
But that's all face with tears of joy. None. Said. Face with tears of joy, face with tears of joy, face with tears of joy.
Man, you must not have been listening very closely.
Face with tears of joy, face with tears of joy. Lone Wolf Gaming. Said. Man, I never heard the words 30-second though, even in the background. LOL.
LOL. Oh yeah, I meant to put this one here. Tracking. Come on, GME, this is ridiculous. Maybe I'll go refresh Chart Exchange, go see what it says. Last updated at 3:30.
Gadgets said, WTF, should have bought spy puts today. Dang, VIX is going to the moon instead of the memes.
Yeah, I know, for real, right? It's crazy today.
I'm getting pretty close now in Deep Rock Galactic to graduating to playing Hazard 5 regularly. I'd say I'm about halfway there.
Hazard 5, I bet, is insane.
Said, well crap, I guess my lunch isn't working anymore.
Welcome back, skiing. Tell me you got the exact same thing though. I feel like you must have got like orange soda instead of Diet Dr. Pepper this time, which explains everything. Hopefully that's not the real case though. Tell me you drank and ate the exact same thing.
Said,
yeah, we don't know that yet though. We don't know that yet.
yet.
Still got 6 minutes on the day. Oh god.
I'd rather be skiing. Said,
you even did it all weekend?
I got the exact same thing. I even did it all weekend. LOL. Lee Surgeon said, the effect might just be delayed face with tears of joy. Lone Wolf Gaming.
Oh yeah.
Said, if you ask me, unless you're pretty much brand new to the game, going below Hazard 3 is both boring and a waste of time. Face with tears of joy.
I agree. I immediately wanted to bump up the difficulty in that game. I can't handle playing games that are too easy like that. But it does provide a nice little challenge if you bump it up. But yeah, still remains to be seen. We could still push up before the end of the day. I'm wondering how relieved you are, though, to start feeling like you might be able to eat something different in your diet for a change.
Lee Surgeon said, nobody here that plays Rust?
John definitely doesn't. I feel like maybe Canny does, but I don't know. Eat the same thing for a long time?
I'd rather be skiing. Said, I'm kinda worried I can eat the same thing for a long time.
I have a couple people in my community that do play Rust, but none that are here or have been coming through. Yeah, I feel that though. I eat chicken almost every single day these days. Air fried chicken.
DA.
Me too though.
Said, I'd rather be skiing.
Me too though. I would rather be skiing.
Said, POV, you can eat the same noodle for hours rolling on the floor laughing. Lee Surgeon.
Aww.
Said, we watched your Twitch at home during the weekend.
I don't even remember.
It would be funnier if you were streaming Rust smiling face with Halo face with tears of joy.
I need you there though. I can't be doing Rust by myself. I'd be just running around whacking people with a rock the whole time. I need somebody to keep me focused. True story though. No, fair enough. Yeah, I tried streaming at like weird hours too.
Lee Surgeon.
I guess I did mostly League though. It was probably kind of a fun stream.
Live though, cause then we slept face with tears of joy.
I think I had good streams this weekend. I don't really remember.
DA said, yeah, I got bored of Rust real quick. Lone Wolf Gaming said,
you gotta be on a good server for Rust, I think.
People with a rock that would rock. Hey. I'd rather be skiing.
That's a fact.
Said, on a positive note, only a couple months till ski season. LOL.
Until we're crazy rich and then it's ski season somewhere. All the time.
I'm always whacking people with a rock, naked, at the beach face with tears of joy.
But I don't want to be there whacking people with a rock by myself. I need you there by my side. You just gotta let me know when is a good time for you, and I'll stream whatever hours it would need to be.
Said. Asterisk whacking.
GME pushing up, 2306. We got 3 minutes left. We only gotta climb 40 cents to be positive.
I haven't played a video game in almost 10 years, man.
Oh man, I'd rather be skiing, no wonder.
Lone Wolf Gaming.
Called GameStop.
Man, we've got some pretty good statements for the police here rolling on the floor.
No clip, no report,
I'd rather
please.
be skiing. Said. Too busy with work. Lee Surgeon. Said. Let's whack them together then. Wipe this on Thursday, so close to that would be GR8.
What do you think would be better for you if you had to choose a day? Would Friday be good? Would Friday night be good? Or would Saturday night be good? Or Saturday anytime, I suppose, actually. It doesn't have to be night. I guess we would end here. It'd be like midnight or something for you, though. Or 10. I don't know what time it actually is when it ends. When we end here on Fridays. So I'm guessing Saturday would be better. And I'm curious then what would be a good time of day that you would want me to stream at. 23:11 right now for GME. We got 2 minutes left. Come on, Jimmy. Only another 50 cents to go. Gosh, you took your sweet time today, Jimmy. 1 minute left.
I'd rather be skiing. Said. Now if GME/AMC pops enough, I wind down the IT or sell it and start my trading business and forever ski vacation.
Yo, let's just go be ski bums somewhere.
Said. Either I think. I'm up during the night here anyway. But maybe more rested Saturday.
Okay. Saturday might be better, just because I could spend Friday trying to recruit people for Saturday. Is there a time of day that's really good for you? Like what? Like if you could game at a particular time of day, what would that be? And then I'll try to figure out what that time would be for me, unless you wanted to figure it out for me. I'm Eastern Standard Time. 23:14. I don't think we're gonna close. I don't think. Yep, there it is. There's 4 now.
Skiing. Said.
I don't think
that
that.
A gorilla suit would be nice and warm for skiing.
Oh, dude. Imagine going down the mountain in a gorilla suit. That'd be awesome.
Sounds great.
That would be really awesome. I know I at least got a couple people I can ask about Rust who would probably take me up on the offer. But yeah, chat, I guess that's it. I guess that's it for now. 23.16 was our closing price. I do kind of think that we're gonna get some bullish action in aftermarket or overnight. But it remains to be seen. Today was kind of a mess. I totally had this bar over here though.
Lee Surgeon.
Actually, wait.
Said.
As I was there.
Anything after 8 p.m. my time, so 2 p.m. your time.
2 p.m. Oh, that's super easy. I can handle 2 p.m.
I'd rather be skiing. Said. It's set up for bounce on 2 minutes, 60 m, daily and WKLY.
Yeah, it's close.
Warlord
it's close.
Said.
Nothing to worry about.
Sorry fam. I wish I could have been here to throw up rockets.
That's alright, Warlord.
Resurgent.
I know your rockets would have made a difference, but we got all
After
week.
that,
Nothing to
I'm game
sweat.
all night.
Okay. Okay.
I'd rather be skiing. Said. It stopped right at the daily pivot in 50 Mach. Lee Surgeon. Said. Mohican, me too. Especially since we sang you a rocket song.
That's so true, though. We did sing you a rocket song.
Said. Face with tears of joy. I'd rather be skiing. Said. Ever better support on WKLY with the 250 to get.
Yeah, I mean, I feel pretty good about our support levels here.
And
Just gotta get this push-up going.
I'd rather be skiing. Said. 20. Lone Wolf Gaming.
TZ YOLO, you're awesome, man. Thank you for today.
Rockets and was about to
really
face
appreciate you, man.
Backup LOL. Warlord Mohican. Said.
I gotta
Yet
turn
I owe
this off.
y'all some rockets.
I'm gonna turn off
Cheesy YOLO.
text-to-speech here. The time that's good for your community and be there, even if it's in the middle. In my head, I mean, I could probably do 2 p.m., but I was thinking like 3 p.m. would probably be a little better for me. So let's just tentatively plan for that. TZ YOLO, thank you so much, man. A big thank you to everybody who came through today. Sorry today wasn't as great of a day. But I'm still really excited for the days to come. We're still holding these higher levels. There's really nothing to worry about. We just had a pullback day. That's all. We got lots of reason to be very bullish for the days to come. So I'm very excited for tomorrow. I think we're gonna break through this level tomorrow and keep pushing up. We just had a random red day. No big deal. No big deal. Yo, good night though, Warlord Mohican. I'm sorry you missed your chance to say rocket, 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 DA. You gotta be faster than that. 3 p.m. or 4 p.m. All right, roger that. Yeah, just a consolidation day. Almost every time. I bet you can, John. I bet you can. But yeah, I'm gonna get out of you guys' hair today. I really appreciate you guys today. I appreciate all your guys' patience and support and understanding and love and kindness and all of that. No, tomorrow's gonna be a better day. I can pretty much guarantee you that tomorrow's gonna be a better day. So just hang in there. We'll be back here tomorrow for Market Open, and we will have a better day. Track them lines of the after hours. It's totally gonna go up. Yeah, rocket. Yo, I love you guys, though. Thank you, Majanon. Thank you, DA. Thank you, Lay Surgeon. Thank you, Mohican. Thank you, John. Thank you, I'd Rather Be Skiing. Thank you, TZ YOLO. I really appreciate you guys. I hope you guys have a great rest of your night tonight. I hope you guys get lots of rest. We're gonna have a better day tomorrow. We're gonna have a better day. We have this uptrend. We're holding these higher levels. It's gonna be a better day. So, I hope you guys all enjoy your night. I'll be getting out of your hair here. But I can't stress enough, you guys are really incredible, and I really am super grateful for you guys. I'll see you all in the morning. Cheers, family. Have a wonderful night.